All right, good afternoon, folks. Thanks for being here. We are going to start our coverage here this afternoon with the CDC's advisory committee debate with Pfizer in regards to the booster shot. So, this started a little bit ago. They're a little ahead of us. It is a live event. We're a little behind, but we're going to cut the breaks out and try to catch up so that you guys don't have to wait through the half hour or hour long breaks. So we're starting behind schedule from them, and we're going to try to catch up with them by the end of the day so as that all of the breaks are cut out. So with that, let me start out with the CDC. Thanks for being here.
We'll continue this dialogue. You will have more data to review and more recommendations to make, and I will be here with you. And third, the discussion of the data is critical. My clinical experience reminds me that in my most challenging cases, I learned more and made better clinical decisions by discussing with my colleagues, by hearing their points of view from their own clinical experience and review of the medical literature that I might not have considered. My academic experience reminds me that in every research conference, I was enriched by hearing diverse perspectives. While we all plan to provide clear and aligned recommendations, the underlying discussion of diverse opinions and interpretations of the data only serves to strengthen our ultimate guidance. You have a busy afternoon ahead of you, a lot of data to review, and a robust discussion to ensue. I will let you get to it, and I will be watching and listening. Know that I am grateful for your efforts and that I so appreciate your expertise, your counsel, and your partnership. Thank you. I'll now turn things back to Dr. Combs.
Thank you, Dr. Walensky, for your incredible service to the public and for your leadership during these challenging times. And we at the ACIP, or the committee, really appreciates how much you've done to ensure that we continue to maintain a robust process for decision-making today. So we will proceed and continue on with the session, starting with Dr. Matt Daly, who will provide a brief introduction. And after that, we will move to public comment. So Dr. Daly, are you available?
I am. Hello, I'm going to introduce the session today. The conversation that follows is a reflection of the work of the ACIP COVID-19 vaccines work group. Next slide. So I'm going to read this verbatim, even though Dr. Fink has already mentioned this, because obviously this sets the context for the conversation that follows. As Dr. Fink said, the FDA expanded Pfizer-BioNTech emergency use authorization to include a single booster dose to be administered at least 6 months after completion of the primary series in individuals 65 years of age and older, individuals 18 through 64 years of age at high risk for severe COVID-19, and individuals 18 through 64 years of age whose frequent institutional or occupational exposure to SARS-CoV-2 puts them at high risk of serious complications of COVID-19, including severe COVID-19. Next slide. So this is the agenda for today. Next, we're going to have a public comment period. After that, there will be a break. After the break, we'll hear from Dr. Wallace, who will present COVID-19 vaccine booster doses, benefit risk. After Dr. Wallace's presentation, we'll hear from Dr. Oliver, who will present the evidence to recommendations framework. After Dr. Oliver, we'll hear from Dr. Dooling, who will present clinical considerations with respect to the use of booster doses in the United States, followed by Dr. Oliver, who will present the policy options. We will then have discussion. After the discussion, we will have a vote on BNT 162b2 COVID-19 vaccine booster dose. Next slide, please. So I'd like to thank the ACIP COVID-19 vaccines work group, including ACIP members, ex officio and government members, CDC leads, Dr. Sarah Oliver and Dr. Kathleen Dooling, as well as liaisons and our consultants. Next slide, please. And then I'd also like to thank all of the CDC participants listed here who contributed countless hours to prepare materials for the ACIP COVID-19 vaccines work group to review. Next slide. Thanks very much. I turn it back to you, Dr. Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. So for the start of the public comment session, which will begin now, I'd like to welcome and thank our public comment speakers for addressing the committee today, and also those who provided written public comment through the regulations.gov website on the CDC docket 2021-0104. All of the speakers today submitted a request in advance of the meeting, and the final list of public commenters was determined via a lottery. For our speakers today, we have a limited public comment period, and in order to make it through all the listed speakers, it's extremely important that each speaker limits his or her remarks to 3 minutes. We will be displaying a timer on the screen so you know how much time you have left. Thank you again to our speakers, and we look forward to your comments. So I will call them in order as given to me. First, we have Mr. Kermit Kubitz. Mr. Kubitz, are you? Okay, perfect. Please go ahead. Mr.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Kermit Kubitz. I look at things from the point of view of a scientifically trained graduate of Caltech a long time ago. I believe booster shots of mRNA vaccines are valuable, safe, and justified. Relying principally, for example, today on Gruber's September 22nd slides, CC7 and CC8, showing a large increase in protection after the third dose within 7 days and a further increase 1 month after the third dose, including against the Delta variant as shown on slide CC8. I have previously testified in support of EUA of the Pfizer vaccine in December 2020 and subsequently received the Moderna vaccine at a San Francisco VA hospital facility in Fort Miley in February 2020. I have two sisters in the late 80s who have been vaccinated, one immunocompromised with rheumatoid arthritis, received a booster dose with no significant adverse effects. So I also rely on that personal experience. My friend Chuck Wolf from Caltech pointed out to me that we need to plan for the logistics of boosters with 3 priorities. 1, the unvaccinated, 2, children 6 to 11, and 3, boosters for other people. Approval of phased boosters for those over 65 and high risk, including from occupational exposure, is not inconsistent with President Biden's goal of boosters for all Americans, because healthcare workers, the elderly, first-line essential workers, and those who are at high risk easily exceed 150 million people, which will take time to roll out. So we should plan, and the CDC and FDA should plan for batched vaccination, healthcare workers in groups, long-term care facilities in groups, and other rollout that is the most expeditious way of getting boosters out there, including, for example, to my veteran friends at the veterans clinics in across the country. And I want to thank the ACIP for their work and suggest that it is important to also approve the Moderna mRNA vaccine as soon as possible so that the logistics of boosters can be easily accomplished for the maximum number of at-risk people at the earliest possible date. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next, we have Mr. Edward Nierenberg.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I've had the honor of addressing you before, and I'm grateful to be able to speak to you again. I want to thank every member of ACIP once more for their stalwart efforts in leading us through these trying times. But I would like to draw attention to how those who wish to keep the pandemic burning through the US are exploiting public comment. There are deceptive videos and papers featuring overconfident, undereducated, and well-funded charlatans who use the opportunity of public comment to advance arguments at ACIP or VRBPAC meetings as though from authority. Some of the videos in particular use FDA or CDC logos to provide verisimilitude of authenticity. All use the docket number format of written comment submissions to provide the .gov URL as a way to convince their acolytes that their counterfactual presentations are bombshell revelations from the government rather than the sophomoric meanderings of desperate hucksters that they actually are. It is heartbreaking to me that in my outreach for vaccination, I've yet to encounter someone who's refused vaccination on the basis of a true premise. So with the remainder of my time, I'd like to address some of these. The misuse of VAERS reports is salient. VAERS is a critical component of our vaccine safety network, and it does a solid job of flagging adverse events for investigation in more robust systems like the VSD. But evidently, that giant disclaimer that one must assent to have read before accessing VAERS has fallen on deaf ears. VAERS is primarily for hypothesis generation and early warnings of potential safety signals and not a tool to investigate them in and of itself, as reports may be incomplete, coincidental, or even reflect phenomena which never occurred. The Incredible Hulk side effect is a famous example, but on a less lighthearted note, a VAERS report was issued months ago describing the death of a 3-year-old girl in Virginia following an mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 after a prolonged hospitalization. However, the vaccination in question could not have occurred because it was done before clinical trials were even initiated in her age group. Similarly, many coincidental events will occur. Follow any random group of 10 million Americans for 2 months, and you will see 4,000 heart attacks, 4,000 strokes, 60 diagnoses of multiple sclerosis, 9,500 diagnoses of cancer, and 14,000 deaths. We've now vaccinated 182.4 million Americans, a number that is still far too low. A great many coincidences will occur, and seeking a causal link is best left to the experts. The spike protein is not toxic at concentrations in which it's induced by vaccination. It would need to be roughly 10,000 to 100,000 times greater in concentrations than has been found in the plasma of vaccinated people to start to reproduce the toxicities associated with it. Similarly, the mRNA vaccines are not associated with blood clots. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is associated with rare clotting disorder, TTS, at a frequency of about 7 per million doses, being greatest in females younger than age 50. There is no biological plausibility by which these vaccines can spontaneously exert adverse effects months to years after vaccination. The lifetime of any vaccine component is a number measured in hours to days, and the adverse effects should be apparent by then, but out of an abundance of caution, EUA required a median of 8 weeks of follow-up, and despite the first individuals receiving their vaccination in March 2020 via the clinical trial, there are no credible reports of occult spontaneous adverse events outside that 8-week window, nor in anyone else, because this is a fantasy invented by anti-vaccine activists to scare people, because when the facts don't support your agenda and you're an amoral narcissist, you lie. Thank you for this time. Please be safe. Please get vaccinated.
Thank you for your comment and for squeezing it under the wire. We're going to go to Mrs. Erica DeWald.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I'm Erica DeWald, Director of Strategic Communications and Partnerships at Vaccinate Your Family. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee today. Vaccinate Your Family watches each of your meetings with deep interest, as it's our organization's policy to follow ACIP recommendations. They're the basis for our communications to both the public and our immunization partners. Throughout the development of the COVID-19 vaccines, the ACIP and FDA's VRBPAC members have remained true to the science. That's no small feat, given the many pressures to move quickly and exercise every possible tool to end a devastating pandemic. Once again, as pressure and confusion mounts about the need for a booster dose of COVID vaccine, the VRBPAC and ACIP have proven the independence of science by not getting ahead of the data available to us. In order to make an informed decision about boosters, however, we need to understand the goals of a booster program in the U.S. We appreciate that Dr. Walensky, the CDC, and this committee is focused on that very issue. Setting a goal can help us better understand the role of a booster program, both for Pfizer and any future recommendations for Moderna or Janssen vaccines. It can also help us better design studies to identify whether our vaccination programs are moving us toward that goal. Additionally, clearly defined goals will help organizations, institutions, and healthcare providers combat misinformation around COVID-19 vaccines, and all vaccines for that matter. We also need to encourage politicians to support, not direct, public health. When the administration announced boosters, the data to support or reject a booster was not yet publicly available, and neither FDA nor CDC had even scheduled meetings of their independent advisory committees. That led to a lot of confusion and, in some communities, mistrust. It further hurt our efforts to promote science-based public health recommendations, including vaccination. Confusion among the public will continue if announcements from political leaders precede that of the independent bodies of the FDA and CDC. It also makes our work communicating clearly about the safety and necessity of vaccines even more difficult because it makes room for deeper division and politicization of a critical public health issue. Now, to clear up this confusion, we need ACIP to provide us clear direction around the definitions of those who are considered high risk and high occupational risk. We're going to need very clear guidelines on who should receive a booster to prevent further confusion among the public and ensure an efficient, timely rollout of these boosters. On vaccine recommendations to uphold rigorous processes and communicate the science clearly. This will ensure that the public continues to have faith in the overall vaccination program. Thank you for your careful deliberations and transparency. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. DeWald, for your comments. Next is Dorit Rice.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dorit Rice. I'm a professor of law at the University of California, Hastings College of the Law, and a vaccine advocate. First, thank you, committee, for your thorough, transparent, and careful work on vaccine generally and COVID-19 vaccine specifically. I want to echo what my colleague Erica said, that sticking to the science is not an easy thing right these days, and your presentations provide substantial insight, a lot of information, and I know I always learn a lot as a layperson, even if most days, not today, you insist on having them at unreasonable East Coast times. I want to reiterate a point made to you by my friend and colleague, Dr. Eve Switzer, about 2 years ago. It's when the science is uncertain that we need your guidance even more, when the evidence can go either way. We are hearing experts disagree on the booster question, but a decision is needed one way or the other, and I appreciate your willingness to face the hard decision and make recommendations. I hope that you consider equity at home and abroad when you do that, and not just effectiveness. And I want to follow up both on yesterday's pregnancy data and on Erica's point about the need for clear definition by asking you to consider whether pregnant women should be considered high risk when you make your booster recommendation, even if they don't really fit clearly into other categories. Two suggestions. One, that are not about boosters. One, if you're looking for a place to increase transparency, we, the online advocates, could use a more comprehensive discussion of there's the back end. What happens to a report after they're submitted? How are they investigated? How do you avoid duplicates? Because that comes up quite a bit in questions from the vaccine hesitants. Finally, I've said this before, transparency does not require you to provide a forum for oral comments. I know that you get a lot of really helpful oral comments, and I would had to miss many of them. For example, Dr. Plotkin's comments last week. And I know many of the comments have been very valuable, but I also know, and you know, that the opportunity to comment has been systematically misused by anti-vaccine activists to create propaganda videos that they use to promote misinformation under the guise of comments to the CDC. Just this week, a comment by a science denier to your sister committee at FDA, VRPAC, that misrepresented COVID-19 vaccine as having high risk, has been shared as the FDA said. We know comments here were used the same way. You're not increasing transparency but by allowing that. And if you want to increase transparency, why not an alternative? You can, for example, set aside half an hour to address the major issues raised in the written comments, potentially also correcting major errors, like federal government does in rulemaking, and that will not only allow you to address comments, it will show that you've heard the comments and give your members an opportunity to consider the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We will move on to Dr. Kevin Kavanaugh. Dr. Kavanaugh.
Well, thank you very much. Last Friday's meeting of the FDA's Vaccine and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee regarding boosters for the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine resulted in recommending authorization of boosters for those 65 years of age and older, along with those individuals who are at high risk for severe COVID-19. After the formal vote, a poll was taken and the committee unanimously agreed this recommendation should be extended to healthcare workers and those who are at high risk of occupational exposure to SARS-CoV-2. Thus, initially, the committee focused on vaccinated individuals who are biologically high risk of developing severe COVID-19, but finally also recommended boosters for those at high risk of COVID or high risk of SARS-CoV-2 exposure. However, the degree of exposure is like being pregnant. You either are exposed or you are not. During a raging pandemic, action is needed now. We do not have the luxury of waiting for the results of randomized controlled trials. I would like to encourage the committee to broaden the FDA's recommendations. The following should be considered. First, at least one FDA committee member indicated the main goal was to prevent severe disease, which is defined as hospitalizations or death. However, this ignores the lasting and debilitating effects of long COVID, which can afflict 10 to 30% of those with even mild to moderate infections and pose a significant risk to our population. Second, Dr. Alroy Price, Israel's Director of Public Health Services, testified that the Pfizer booster created a 10-fold increase in protection in 40 to 60-year-olds. With the disease profile of Delta markedly shifting to younger age groups, providing boosters to a wider range of individuals would be good public health policy. Finally, the United States has administered over 386 million doses of vaccines with an extraordinarily good safety record. The FDA committee had concerns regarding myocarditis in the young. However, this is a rare event occurring in approximately 1 in 5,000 young individuals, and as stated by Dr. Alroy Price, 95% of these cases were not severe. There is a much higher incidence of myocarditis in those who contract COVID-19. In view of the above, I would like to recommend reconsideration of offering Pfizer boosters to all who are 16 years of age or older, or at least offering boosters to those who are 30 years of age and older, plus all individuals who are at risk of SARS-CoV-2 exposure. As a side note, we encourage the flu vaccine to be taken by all, not just those at high risk of severe disease or disease acquisition. We need to be consistent with our messaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to Ms. Laura Burns. Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, are you able to turn your mic on?
Hello, my name is Laura Burns. I'm a double lung transplant recipient and a participant in all 4 of the Johns Hopkins studies on vaccine efficacy, from first dose to 4th. I'm also a member of the Transplant Vaccine Study Committee group, originally formed by study participants, now with over 700 members. On behalf of myself and the group, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for authorizing additional doses last August. Indeed, many of us have been blessed with a dramatic response. Sadly, however, many remain with little or no response, and all are still wary. Dr. Cotton spoke eloquently to our situation yesterday. If the committee should decide, as was suggested, that the goal of boosters is to prevent hospitalization and death, not infection, please remember that of the fully vaccinated, we are the ones most likely to be hospitalized and die. Our families are scared to death that they could come home with a mild case, and that so-called mild case will put us in the hospital. According to the FDA's press release yesterday, those covered under today's EUA are healthcare workers, teachers, daycare staff, grocery workers, among others. I'd like to address the term among others and hope you will give it wide latitude. Our families, friends, and colleagues are asked to cocoon us, to protect us by being fully vaccinated. With their immunity waning, that means boosters for them, not just additional doses for us. One of our members writes, our families should get boosters. It's critical to us that they don't bring a breakthrough case into our homes. Another, my husband is not quite 65, but lives with me, an immunocompromised person. Sadly, his secretary refuses to get vaccinated. Will he be able to access a booster? Yet another, if a person feels that they need a booster to provide more protection for someone vulnerable to their household, then they should be able to do so without having to go through all kinds of hoops. I agree, and I urge you to implement this policy through self-attestation, as you did for the immunocompromised. I also hope there will be a speedy way to get a Moderna booster, especially for the elderly. One way would be to simply include the 65 and over among the immunocompromised. The evidence you saw yesterday certainly supports that. Then they could qualify under the current EUAs for both Moderna and Pfizer and get their boosters right away. One last word. Please get some help soon to the immunocompromised who got the J&J. They have been left stranded. Thank you so much for all you do and for keeping us in mind during your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. We'll move on to Ms. Catherine Falk.
Hi, hello once more. I'm having a sense of deja vu. My name is Catherine Falk, and as always, I'm a parent and vaccine advocate in Oakland, California. Thank the committee again for all your hard work. I hope you'll be able to continue independently assessing the data and making decisions free of pressure. In a way, it's a more challenging time than it was before. In the last administration, we had someone so hostile to public health, but now we have a president who is in some ways a little too enthusiastic. I would happily get a booster if that ends up being the best course of action, but as a layperson member of the public, I really look to the experts to look at what the data shows, not just what I wish it would show or fear that it shows. In deciding on who should get boosters, I hope the committee will also keep equity in mind so immunity doesn't become an even greater divide between the haves and the have-nots. I am glad to see you look specifically at how boosters might impact people in nursing homes. I hope there will also be efforts to look at boosters for other vulnerable segments of the population. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll move on to Harold Schmidt.
My name is Harold Schmidt, and I'm an assistant professor of medical ethics and health policy at the University of Pennsylvania. I'd like to congratulate the ACIP chair, its members, and especially also its staff for once more laying out with such clarity the hard trade-offs we're facing. I'm also grateful to have the opportunity to share two recommendations that I believe matter for allocating boosters in ways that reduces rather than further increases inequity. And Dr. Walensky rightly emphasized the importance of equity earlier. First, we should allocate boosters by universalizing the use of disadvantage indices, such as the CDC Social Vulnerability Index. Secondly, and directly related, we should recognize that the vast majority of people eligible for boosters are likely trusted vaccine ambassadors and draw on them and the booster rollout to increase initial vaccinations in disadvantaged areas. At ACIP's last meeting, several members rightly recognized that ethically, the case for boosters can be impossible to justify given the global vaccine access disparities. I emphatically agree with this sentiment, and there's a clear moral imperative to keep up the pressure for global access and to learn the lessons for the next pandemic. That said, global allocation is not within the ACIP's remit, and unfortunately not recommending boosters in the US does not translate into vaccines where they're needed more. Still, ACIP's recommendations do intersect with global and national equity, and here is how. On April 19, when the entire US became vaccine eligible, the difference between fully vaccinated people in the most and least disadvantaged groups using the CDC Social Vulnerability Index was 4.5%. Currently, it is twice that rate and stands at 9%, 49 versus 58%. Now, in the worst case, these inequities are exacerbated if the US most privileged people swiftly snap up boosters as they're made available, while the more disadvantaged people fall further behind, whether we're talking about the most disadvantaged among the 65-year-olds or among at-risk groups, since neither of these groups is homogeneous. And the same applies once eligibility is widened to other groups. Alternatively, boosters can be used to reduce inequities and help achieve a less unfortunate scenario in terms of global disparities. We can still close the vaccine equity gap using the very metric that shows the disparity, namely disadvantage indices. Colleagues and I showed in a review available open access in Nature Medicine earlier this year that in the initial vaccine rollout, the majority of states used disadvantage indices in different ways, including increasing amounts of vaccines for more disadvantaged areas, planning vaccination site locations, and targeted outreach and partnership. It'd be useful if ACIP recommended that all jurisdictions now adopt disadvantage indices to promote equity. Plus, we now have tools such as Ariadne Lab's free vaccine equity planner that can identify vaccine deserts and identify facilities in more disadvantaged areas that could potentially serve as vaccination sites. Access is still an issue. Finally, everyone who's eligible for a vaccine is a potentially trusted ambassador. My expertise is not in snappy slogans, but a campaign under titles such as "Get Your Booster and Bring an Unvaccinated Friend" or something better should be explored as a priority. Passing up the opportunity to increase first and second doses in rolling out boosters will not help equity. It's hence important to seize the booster opportunity to close the gap in vaccination access across social disadvantage, especially also because this gap simultaneously
Thank you for your
gap.
comment. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will move on to Ms. Linda D.
Hi, I've been an AIDS activist for 34 years and have learned the importance of evidence-based medicine the hard way. I've been a community rep on many FDA CDER antiviral advisory committee hearings, provided written comments for both VRBPAC and ACIP COVID-19 meetings and oral comments for all but one FDA COVID VRBPAC hearing. I've been very impressed with ACIP's deliberations and decision-making process. The committee drills down into many real-world issues and provides answers to extremely important pragmatic questions using a very organized process. That being said, we must acknowledge that the country is trapped in a COVID-19 nightmare. Americans are dazed and confused by vast amounts of data as well as mis- and disinformation. While it is not ACIP's role to create policy, their decisions definitely promote policy. I'm here to ask you to help prevent severe COVID and death, transmission, vaccine hesitancy, booster confusion, and possible vaccine administration chaos. ACIP can help promote sound public health policies as well as maintain scientific integrity. You can accomplish this by recommending that the CDC's current list of people with certain medical conditions who are more likely to experience COVID be used as the eligibility criteria for third doses of 162b2. This will provide the states with a familiar framework for booster eligibility as well as more clarity for healthcare providers and a better understanding of complicated information for many communities. We need as much uniformity as possible so as not to further confuse the states and, more importantly, the public. I would be remiss if I did not mention that people with HIV would have been entirely excluded, almost entirely excluded from COVID-19 vaccine access without the actions of HIV activists. People with HIV were initially excluded from the Pfizer and Moderna phase 3 trials. They were not included in the CDC's vaccination prioritization category until a few weeks before vaccines were available to the general public. Only a limited portion of people with HIV are included in the current immunocompromised list for third vaccinations. The inclusion of people with HIV and their advocates in ACIP oral public comment sessions has also been minimal. I urge you to recommend that people with HIV and the many others listed in the current CDC medical conditions criteria for people who are more likely to experience severe COVID be included as one of your eligibility recommendations for third doses of 162b2. I only have time to address one eligibility recommendation. Other recommendations based on the FDA EUA indication are provided in my written comment. I do support broad eligibility criteria for all FDA indications and for people of color based on many of the reasons that have already been discussed here today. I'd like to thank you for your dedication and commitment and for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much for your comment. Mr. Brian Wilkins.
Hi, I'm Brian A. Wilkins, founder of COVID Legal USA, editor-in-chief of the COVID blog, and a longtime journalist. Everything I'm about to say can be verified and further researched at thecovidblog.com. Doreen Keys, age 58, died 3 hours after her first Pfizer mRNA injection, January 30th, 2021, Gloucester, Virginia. Sarah Stickles, age 28, died 5 days after her second Pfizer mRNA injection, February 11, 2021, Beloit, Wisconsin. Benjamin Goodman, age 32, died 24 hours after the Johnson & Johnson viral vector DNA injection, March 14, 2021, New York City. Cameron Thomas, age 16, developed blood clots and died 11 days after her first Pfizer mRNA injection, March 30th, 2021, Wenatchee, Wisconsin. John Francis Foley, age 21, died 24 hours after the Johnson & Johnson viral vector DNA injection, April 10th, 2021, Cincinnati, Ohio. Griselda Flores, age 61, died 48 hours after her second Moderna mRNA injection, May 3rd, 2021, Orange, California. Jacob Kleinig, age 13, developed myocarditis and died 3 days after his second Pfizer mRNA injection, June 16, 2021, Zilwaukee, Wisconsin. James Cooper Sawyer, age 77, died 8 days after his third Pfizer mRNA booster, August 28, 2021, Cookeville, Tennessee. The list goes on, and this happens in every country across the globe. The CDC chalks all of these deaths up as pure coincidence. The CDC's own database, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, has recorded 14,506 post-injection deaths in 2021 alone. But now the CDC says their own databases are unreliable. The Nobel Prize-winning drug ivermectin is now dismissed as quote-unquote horse dewormer by mainstream doctors and media. There are more than 66 peer-reviewed studies proving that ivermectin is a highly effective treatment and prophylaxis against COVID-19. If you truly cared about public health, you would recommend ivermectin for treatment and prevention protocols and stop the propaganda against this drug. But the CDC receives hundreds of millions of dollars from Pfizer, Bayer, Merck, and other pharmaceutical companies, so you cannot admit the truth and ruin your partner's emergency use authorizations. Further, the FDA receives 45% of its funding from user fees, meaning the fees pharmaceutical companies pay the FDA while seeking approval of their drugs and medical devices. The conflicts of interest are blatant and frankly criminal pursuant to Title 18 of U.S. Code Section 208. It's indisputable fact on statistics from the CDC and Johns Hopkins University that a positive correlation exists between vaccination rates and COVID cases. As the previous rises, the latter rises. In sum, I pray that there's enough humanity and critical thinking left on earth for all involved in this global genocide to face Nuremberg-type trials. Again, visit thecovidblog.com for more information on everything I just said. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We'll move on to Ms. Sarah Berry.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right. Hello, ACIP. My name is Sarah Berry, and I'm pro-vaccine activist from Ohio, although some of you might know me better by my online handle, 42Believer. Thank you all for continuing to dedicate your time and energy on this critical issue. I'm grateful to share my perspective with like-minded people while simultaneously drawing the ire of the exact same anti-vaccine activists who inspired me to start requesting a spot for public comment in the first place. In my past public comments, I've shared with you all the lengths anti-vax lobbyists went to in an attempt to censor me. Today, I'd like to share with you just how strong a hold anti-vax lobbyists are having on the legislative process in Ohio and update you on what the future holds for anti-vaccine legislation in the Buckeye State. First is HB 248. HB 248 is a bill that would make it illegal for anybody to require any vaccine, not just a COVID vaccine. A FOIA request revealed that not only was the language of HB 248 created with the help of anti-vaxxers, but the amendments made to the bill were also made because of anti-vaxxers. Further FOIA requests of text messages combined with some Facebook sleuthing proved to me that not only was the language of the bill written by anti-vax lobbyists, but they were significantly involved in the hearing process for HB 248. On May 21st, Representative Jennifer Gross texted the chairman of the Health Committee, Scott Lips, referencing the anti-vax lobbyists. She claimed that they are, quote, picking and choosing and promising witnesses without discussing with me, unquote, and also that they, quote, decided the schedule, unquote. After reviewing Facebook comments, a member of that same lobbyist group who attended a meeting with Gross and Lips said that the changes to testimony protocol were discussed in that meeting. Every time I went to submit my own testimony for HB 248, I was denied the opportunity to give in-person testimony. Although I don't have direct evidence of them using this new process to censor me yet again, I'm smart enough to read between the lines. Fortunately, HB 248 is dead thanks to Sherry Tenpenny turning Ohio into a national laughingstock with her unhinged testimony and the subsequent infighting amongst the anti-vax lobbyists. Unfortunately, anti-vax sentiments are still percolating in the Ohio legislature. Multiple other bills targeting vaccine requirements have been introduced. And as I speak, there are plans by the Republican leadership to introduce their own version of such a bill. I have even heard that they plan to bring this new bill to a floor vote, quote, as early as next week, unquote, which would certainly not give me or anybody else the requisite time to speak in opposition. Since I feel I have no other option, this is my public plea to Representative Bob Cupp, Representative Tim Ginter, Representative Bill Seitz, Representative Rick Carfagna, Representative Don Jones, and Representative Cindy Abrams. I was born and raised in Ohio, and I've watched with dismay as anti-vax lobbyists plant misinformation in the minds of your colleagues. I urge you to reject anti-vax legislation that goes against public health, and that includes any bill that interferes with an employer's right to keep the workers and customers safe. I thank ACIP once again, and I urge all Americans to pay attention to their state legislatures, lest they become as anti-vaccine as Ohio has.
Thank you for your comment. And with that, our public comment session is now closed. I did want to acknowledge that during the session, our colleague, Dr. Sanchez, was able to join. So Dr. Sanchez, are you able to state your name, affiliation, and whether you have any conflicts?
Thank you, Dr. Lee. This is Pablo Sanchez. I'm professor of pediatrics, neonatology, and pediatric infectious diseases at Nationwide Children's Hospital, The Ohio State University, and I have no conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have all 15 members present. We will now take a recess until 1 p.m. So please plan to join us back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right, folks, and we're going to fast forward through that, so we'll be right back.
Okay, welcome back to the ACIP. Okay, welcome back to the ACIP meeting. We will now reconvene the meeting to begin the next session. First, we will have Dr. Megan Wallace presenting on COVID-19 vaccine booster doses, a benefit risk discussion. Please go ahead, Dr. Wallace.
Good afternoon. Next slide, please. This presentation will focus on the benefits and risks of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose. Next. Next slide, please. To assess the benefit-risk balance of a booster dose, we used a similar direct estimation approach to that presented to ACIP in previous benefit-risk discussions. Benefits were calculated per million doses of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster. We stratified the analysis by 4 age groups: 18 to 29 years, 30 to 49 years, 50 to 64 years, and 65 years and older. We used a 180-day time horizon. Calculations for the benefits of vaccination were based on age-specific case incidence data from CDC and hospitalization data from COVIDnet. We used age-specific pre-booster vaccine effectiveness estimates averaged from 4 platforms. Vaccine effectiveness after a booster dose is unknown, but for this analysis, we assumed a post-booster VE of 95% for hospitalization and 90% for infection. Next. To obtain estimates for the current age-specific VE for hospitalization, we averaged estimates from the 4 platforms shown in this table for our base case. Next. For harms, we focused on the risk of myocarditis following a booster dose. While we acknowledge that there may be other risks, such as anaphylaxis, we aren't considering them in this analysis. Like benefits, harms were calculated per 1 million booster doses. Because myocarditis incidence following a 3rd dose is unknown, we based our input on vaccine adverse event reporting system data post-dose 2. Next. This slide shows the reporting rates of myocarditis following Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccination per million doses administered by age and dose number in the 7-day risk period following vaccination. As you can see, the incidence of myocarditis is highest among young males following dose 2. Next. We performed sensitivity analyses to account for the large amount of uncertainty in the model inputs. We varied estimates for how much a booster dose would increase VE. We varied estimates for what VE is currently and modeled increased VE waning by decreasing current VE estimates by 5% intervals. And finally, we modeled variable risk by considering myocarditis incidence seen after dose 2 and 2 times that seen after dose 2. Next. The framework by which we approached the booster dose benefit risk analyses was to first evaluate the benefits versus the risks of the COVID-19 booster dose. Then we evaluated the differential benefits of booster doses by age groups. And finally, we looked at the differential benefits of booster doses compared with primary series. This presentation will follow the same sequence. Next. This figure shows our base case for benefits and risks after Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 booster dose. In this scenario, we use the VE for hospitalizations averaged from 4 platforms, with the average VE shown in the table on the right. We assume a boost will bring VE to 95% and that the myocarditis risk will be equivalent to that seen after dose 2. The blue bars on the left represent COVID-19 associated hospitalizations prevented by age group over 180 days per 1 million booster doses given, while the red bars on the right represent expected cases of myocarditis per million booster doses given. As you can see, for all age groups, more COVID-19 hospitalizations would be prevented than myocarditis cases expected. However, this is particularly true for those aged 65 years and older. Next. This figure builds upon the base case presented in the previous slide. However, here we assume that myocarditis risk is double to that seen after the 2nd dose. Assuming this higher incidence of myocarditis, we still see that more hospitalizations are prevented than myocarditis cases expected for each age group. Next. However, it is important to note that myocarditis risk was not evenly distributed by sex after dose 2. When we apply the risk distribution seen after dose 2, we see that per million doses, we would expect 4 cases of myocarditis among females aged 18 to 29 years and 48 per million doses among males. Next. This slide further explores benefits and risks after Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 booster for persons aged 18 to 29 years with varying pre-booster VE by sex. In this scenario, we used hypothetical and varied pre-booster VEs for hospitalization. We used COVID-19 hospitalization rates stratified by sex and assumed that the booster dose would bring VE to 95%. The myocarditis risk was assumed to be equivalent to the risk seen after dose 2, and to acknowledge the variability of myocarditis risk by age, we present a range of risks which show the risk in 25 to 29-year-olds on the low end, and that seen in 18 to 24-year-olds on the high end. In this figure, the rows, which were different age groups in the previous slides, are now varying pre-booster VE estimates. On the left side of the figure, the blue bars represent hospitalizations prevented per million doses by varying level of pre-booster VE, with males in light blue and females in dark blue. On the right, you see the expected cases of myocarditis with males in orange and females in red, with the error bars representing the range of risks seen within the age group. Here we see that when taking sex-specific hospitalization rates and myocarditis risk into account, we expect more COVID-19 hospitalizations than cases of myocarditis for all but the highest starting VE. Next. A limitation of this model is that we are assuming a constant incidence over the 180-day time horizon. To address this, we ran another scenario in which incidence rates were 1/3 of the current rates and were similar to the rates seen in June and July of this year. In this scenario of lower incidence, a lower pre-booster VE is needed for the benefits of a booster dose to clearly outweigh the risks in males aged 18 to 29 years. Next. COVID-19 infections prevented is another potential benefit of COVID-19 boosters. In this figure, we included potential cases prevented by assuming a current VE for infections around 78% from Scobie et al., and a boosted VE against infection of 90%. In this figure, the rows once again represent different age groups. On the left side of the figure, the blue bars represent hospitalizations prevented, while the purple bars represent infections prevented. When considering infections as the benefit of interest, we see that by giving 1 million booster doses, we could prevent between 7,500 to 10,000 infections over the next 6 months, with the most infections prevented among those aged less than 50. Next. On this slide, we are looking more explicitly at the differential benefits and risks of booster doses in persons aged 18 to 29 years compared with those aged 65 years and older. This figure continues to build on our base case for pre-booster VE against hospitalization. On the horizontal axis, we have varied estimates of post-booster effectiveness against hospitalization, and on the vertical axis, we see the change in risk of hospitalization per million doses. The blue lines represent the benefits of a reduction in COVID-19 hospitalizations, with the light blue shading representing the uncertainty that exists. The red lines represent the harms of an increase of myocarditis. Estimates for those aged 18 to 29 years are represented by solid lines, while those aged 65 and older are represented by dashed lines. While benefits outweigh the risks for most potential post-booster VE estimates, the benefits obtained by those aged 65 and older are an order of magnitude larger than benefits obtained by those aged 18 to 29 years. Next. Another way to think about this is the number needed to vaccinate. This figure represents the number needed to vaccinate with a booster dose to prevent 1 hospitalization over 6 months. Looking at the far right column, we see to prevent 1 hospitalization over 6 months in those aged 65 years and older, we would need to vaccinate 481 people. Prevention of 1 hospitalization in persons aged 18 to 29 years would require vaccinating 8,738 people. To prevent one hospitalization, we would need to vaccinate 19 times as many 18 to 29-year-olds compared to those aged 65 and older. As mentioned previously, the scenario is based off of current incidence, which is high. As incidence decreases, these numbers needed to vaccinate will increase. Next. Next, I think did we skip a slide? Yes. This slide expands upon the previous slide shown by showing the number needed to vaccinate with booster doses to prevent one hospitalization, represented in blue, or infection, represented in purple. Over 6 months, this figure shows that the number needed to vaccinate is substantially lower and more evenly distributed by age for infections compared to hospitalizations. Next. Next, we looked at the relative benefits of booster doses versus primary series vaccination. In this scenario, we used our base case VE for hospitalization and VE for infection estimates from Scobie et al. We assume a booster dose will bring VE to 95% for hospitalization and 90% for infections. To calculate hospitalizations prevented by a primary series, we assumed 1 million doses were used to provide 500,000 primary series, and that the primary series provides 95% VE for hospitalization and 90% for infection. These results will be presented as number needed to vaccinate. Next. On this slide, we see the number needed to vaccinate to prevent one hospitalization over 6 months, comparing the booster dose in blue to the primary series in green. The number needed to vaccinate is substantially lower for all age groups for the primary series as compared to the booster dose. For those aged 65 and older, you need to vaccinate 10 times as many people with a booster dose to prevent one hospitalization compared with primary series vaccination. For persons aged 18 to 29 years, the number needed to vaccinate is 22 times as high for booster compared with the primary series vaccination. Next. This analysis has several important limitations. The benefit-risk analyses are very sensitive to pre-booster vaccine effectiveness estimates, and effectiveness estimates for Delta variant are limited. The available age-specific U.S. data are based on month of COVID-19 onset, not on duration since vaccination. The preferred pre-booster data would measure effectiveness by duration since second dose. Post-booster effectiveness and post-booster myocarditis risk are unknown and based on available evidence from the primary series. Early data has corroborated these estimates. Finally, the model assumes static incidence in VE over a 6-month period. Next. In summary, this was a direct benefit-risk assessment for Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster and myocarditis, which considered individual benefits of vaccination versus individual risks. Using current VE estimates, the benefit-risk balance is most favorable for adults 65 years of age and older and shows smaller benefits for the population less than 65 years of age. The benefits increase in scenarios with lower VE for prevention of hospitalization in cases, which could be seen with those at higher risk of severe disease. The risk of myocarditis after a third dose of mRNA vaccines may vary by age and sex. The highest rates of myocarditis after the second dose were seen in younger males. Next. In this presentation, we discuss the benefits and risks of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 booster dose by age. For benefits, we focus on the prevention of COVID-19 hospitalizations and cases, but there may be other additional benefits, such as prevention of deaths and possible prevention of transmission. For risks, we focused on the risk of myocarditis following vaccination. However, there may be other risks, such as other rare events after mRNA vaccines and short-term reactogenicity. Next. There's a fantastic team responsible for the work I presented and many collaborators both within CDC and externally that contributed data to make this analysis possible. Next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wallace. This presentation will be open for questions related to this presentation. We will open it up for broader discussion following the other two presentations. So first, I'll ask if there are any members of the ACIP who wish to ask any questions, and then we'll move to our liaisons.
Yes, Dr. Wallace, I have a question. Can you explain the difference between booster dose and booster?
And then we'll move to our liaisons.
Liaisons.
Yes, Dr. Maldonado, I see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation. A really very clear explanation of the risks and benefits stratified by a number of categories. I did want to ask one question about equity and race and ethnicity, because, for example, in California, we know that among Latinos, 39% of deaths occurred under 65 as compared to 15% on white individuals and 31% among Black individuals. So if you look at the data around race and ethnicity, there may be a disproportionate number of deaths and potentially hospitalizations as well for underrepresented minority groups under 65. So I wonder if you took or you were able to parse the data out to look at race and ethnicity.
Yes, thank you for this question. In this analysis, we did not cover that, but I think this will be covered more explicitly in the ETR presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Dr. Wallace, your presentation was so clear. There are no questions following your presentation from our members. Oh, okay. Dr. Gluckman.
Yes, you commented briefly at the end of the presentation that the risk of transmission or the wasn't really considered in the modeling. If I think back to the approvals around Prevnar dosing in the elderly, it was eventually kind of concluded that the biggest impact had to do with the immunization using that vaccine in younger people. Do you have any way of thinking about the extrapolation about the benefit in people at higher risk by reducing the amount of circulating virus? And do you think that that's important?
Yes, thanks for that. And we agree that that's a very important point. But at this point, we just don't have any data on transmission and how boosters may impact transmission.
I do not see any additional hands raised, but it does not mean that this presentation will be closed to questions. I think what we'll do is we will move on to Dr. Sarah Oliver next to discuss the evidence to recommendation framework, booster doses of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. And Dr. Kathleen Dooling will discuss clinical considerations, and then we can open up the entire session for questions at that point. So Dr. Oliver, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning or afternoon. Next slide. Apologies. Okay. So we have presented the evidence to recommendation framework multiple times for ACIP. This is the structure to describe information considered before ACIP makes vaccine recommendation. This provides transparency around the impact of additional factors on deliberations when considering a recommendation. We know that questions around the vaccine policy for booster doses are complex. It requires some adaptation of our standard evidence to recommendation framework, which we'll walk through in these next slides. But really walking through this ETR framework today will allow us to describe the variety of factors considered before a vote today. Next slide. So as a reminder, these are the standard ETR domains we've presented previously. Next slide. And we've already begun introducing this adapted ETR framework through the previous booster dose framework discussions. But we will be walking through the public health problem, evaluating are booster doses needed. Then we'll discuss the benefits and harms. What is the balance of benefits and harms for booster doses by age? Then values and acceptability. Do people want a booster dose? Next slide. For feasibility, how would booster doses be implemented? For resource use, what are the costs associated with booster doses? Next slide. And then finally, what are the equity considerations for booster doses? Next slide. So we showed this slide yesterday. Yesterday, we reviewed the data, and then last evening, FDA issued regulatory allowance. So today, ACIP will consider recommendations for use. Next slide. So today's presentation will be focused around who should be recommended to receive a Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 booster dose under the current emergency use authorization based on the balance of benefits and risks. Next slide. So now for the public health problem. Are booster doses of COVID-19 vaccines needed? Next slide. This slide shows the daily trends in the number of COVID-19 cases in the United States. We are currently experiencing a large surge, second only to the one seen this past winter. The recent surge may have peaked, especially in some states that experienced their Delta surge earlier. Next slide. We have over 182 million people in this country fully vaccinated with a COVID-19 vaccine primary series. Next slide. This slide compares COVID-19 associated hospitalization rates among the vaccinated compared to the unvaccinated population. The figure on the left shows hospitalization rates among 18 to 49-year-olds. The middle is 50 to 64-year-olds, and the right is 65 and over. Note that for each of the graphs, the scale on the x-axis is different. The green line at the bottom of each figure is the hospitalization rate among fully vaccinated individuals, and the blue line is the hospitalization rate among those unvaccinated. Among adults 65 years of age and over, the incidence was 13 times higher in unvaccinated. For those less than 65, the hospitalization rates are 22 to 23 times higher in unvaccinated individuals. Next slide. So later in this presentation, you will see some of our real-world evidence around booster doses from Israel. As you think through their data, we wanted to put our epidemiology in the context for the epidemiology in Israel that existed prior to initiation of their booster dose program. This figure compares incidence rates for COVID-19 hospitalizations in the US with severe disease in Israel among vaccinated people. July 2021 was when overall case rates were beginning to increase in both countries. The weekly hospitalization rates in the US for people 65 years and older are shown in blue, and the average weekly severe disease rates in Israel in people 60 and over for July are shown in gray, and are stratified by when the second dose of the vaccine was received. The rates for Israel are approximately 2 to 5 times the rates for the United States. Next slide. So we saw a detailed presentation yesterday around the VE in the United States. So we'll provide kind of a high-level summary of the data for each of these areas. First is VE waning by age. Next slide. This slide shows VE estimates against infection over time. We've seen some decreases in VE estimates for the last 1 to 2 months. This could be due to both waning immunity due to time since primary series, as well as the impact of the Delta variant. In late May, Delta was around 7% of sequenced isolates, and by mid-July, this was up to 94% of sequenced isolates. Next slide. This slide shows vaccine effectiveness against symptomatic infection by age and time since vaccination. Again, this was shown yesterday, so we'll go over high-level data here, but on top is the Pfizer vaccine stratified by age, and the bottom is Moderna, also stratified by age. You can see the red is time since vaccination, with VE slowly declining over time. Next slide. This slide shows VE estimates against hospitalization by month. You can see VE estimates have remained high over time. Next slide. Then this slide shows VE estimates against hospitalization over time, but by vaccine type. The blue shows mRNA vaccines in those 16 years of age and over. The yellow shows mRNA vaccines estimates for those 50 years of age and over. And the red is the Janssen vaccine, 16 years of age and over. Next slide. So to summarize the VE by age seen, there's significant declines in VE against infection in individuals 65 years of age and over for mRNA products in the Delta period. Smaller declines in VE against hospitalization in adults 65 years of age, but those are more substantial than what is seen in the younger population. Among adults less than 65 years of age, the vaccines remain effective in preventing hospitalization and severe disease. However, the vaccines may be less effective in preventing infection or symptomatic illness due to both waning over time and the Delta variant. Next slide. So then is VE waning for those with underlying medical conditions? Next slide. This slide was also shown yesterday with VE against hospitalization by those with underlying medical conditions. There is not a significant difference among VE over time for these medical conditions that had enough persons able to provide an estimate. Next slide. This is another study that evaluated VE against infection among US veterans with underlying medical conditions. This was in the pre-Delta time period, but at that time, the VE was high for both of those with a low comorbidity index and a higher comorbidity index. Next slide. So to summarize the VE by underlying medical condition, currently we have limited data to evaluate VE by a variety of underlying medical conditions. The current data show limited waning in those with at least one underlying medical condition. However, it's important to note that these estimates exclude immunocompromised individuals. In addition, the estimates may not represent effectiveness across all underlying medical condition. VE studies cannot produce estimates for rare and possibly more severe underlying conditions. There's a spectrum of underlying medical conditions with a range of severity, and many may have a varying impact in effectiveness and not fully represented in the estimate shown here. Next slide. So those with high-risk occupations. Next slide. This slide shows VE against infection among healthcare providers, first responders, and frontline workers. We've described this data before, but VE against infection has waned in recent months. Next slide. So effectiveness among healthcare and other frontline essential workers are similar to estimates for the general population for the same age, where we've also seen declines against infection recently. Severe disease among vaccinated essential workers is rare. The previous data demonstrated that VE is waning against infection in this population. We know that the impact of a lower VE against infection may be different among healthcare and other frontline essential workers. And we also know that many in this group were prioritized for early doses of COVID vaccines and will have had longer duration since their primary series. Next slide. So to look at how this data varies by vaccine. Next slide. This slide demonstrates VE estimates by vaccine type. The blue bubbles represent VE estimates against infection, and the red bubbles represent VE estimates for hospitalization or severe disease. On the left, estimates for mRNA vaccines combined, then estimates for the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, and then the Janssen vaccine on the far right. Next slide. This data shows that VE varies by initial vaccine type. Protection against hospitalization for mRNA vaccines are high, though we know from the previous slides that this may vary somewhat by age. And protection against infection is lower for all vaccine types. Next slide. So to summarize for the public health problem, hospitalization rates are 10 to 22 times higher in unvaccinated compared to vaccinated adults. Over 182 million people are fully vaccinated in the US. Although COVID-19 continues to be a public health problem, among persons who have received a primary series, data support continued protection against hospitalization and deaths, and we need to follow long-term outcomes among infections after vaccination. Next slide. So now to discuss the balance of benefits and harms for booster doses by age. Next slide. We'll look at several sub-questions in this population. And first, we're going to look at, are booster doses of the COVID-19 vaccine safe and immunogenic, which will be our grade aspect of ETR. Next slide. This slide outlines the PICO question for grade. The population for grade specifically is persons 18 years of age and over who completed a primary series at least 6 months prior. The intervention is a single dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and the comparison is no booster dose, and the outcomes are listed here. Next slide. This flow diagram shows the evidence retrieval for all records included in our evidence synthesis. 2 records were identified from the International Vaccine Access Center, or IVAC, systematic review of COVID-19 vaccine literature, and 2 were identified through other sources. All 4 were assessed for eligibility, and all 4 were included in the evidence synthesis. Next slide. There are 2 available observational studies for booster doses, both from Israel. Israel began administering a 3rd dose for immunocompromised individuals on July 12th, and for all residents 60 and over on August 1st. Next slide. Oh, sorry, back. Both studies used large data systems and included individuals that had received their 2nd dose at least 5 months prior to booster administration. For both studies, the control population were individuals who had completed a 2-dose series, not the unvaccinated population. Next slide. Both studies have limited follow-up period with a maximum of 21 days for documented infection and 16 days for severe disease. For grade purposes, pooled estimates were not generated because the 2 studies had overlapping study populations. The most representative study, Bar-On et al., was used for grade assessments. Next slide. The 2 observational studies with data used to grade symptomatic lab-confirmed COVID-19 are summarized here. One study was peer-reviewed and one is a preprint. Both studies were conducted in Israel, which required a minimum interval of 5 months following the 2nd dose for booster dose eligibility. The first study by authors Bar-On et al. Were used for grade because it included nationwide data. And the vaccine effectiveness comparing booster dose to a 2-dose series was 91%, with a 95% confidence interval of 90.4 to 91.9. Next slide. The grade evidence for the outcome, symptomatic lab-confirmed COVID, is shown here. The first line reflects data from the phase 3 trial among adults 18 to 55, and the phase 1 trial among adults 65 to 85 years that was discussed yesterday. The evidence type started at 1. Very serious risk of bias was present. The phase 3 trial among adults 18 to 55 had 306 participants, and the phase 1 trial among adults 65 to 85 years had 12 participants. Although a subset of participants were randomized to a booster dose or other investigational vaccine, none was randomized to placebo. The only data available for grade were from a pre-post booster analysis and not according to randomization. Very serious indirectness was also noted because vaccine efficacy is inferred from immunobridging to the same participants after dose 2, and because the formal immunobridging analysis was only performed on participants aged 18 through 55 years, which may not be representative of older participants. Serious imprecision was also noted because the number of study participants did not meet optimal information size. Non-inferiority was declared for the geometric mean titer 1 month after the booster dose versus 1 month after dose 2. The evidence was type 4 or very low for this critical outcome. The second line shows grade for the observational study data, which starts at an evidence level type 3 or low. Very serious concern for indirectness was noted because the study outcome was any SARS-CoV-2 infection, which was an indirect measure of the PICO outcome of symptomatic COVID. Additionally, the short duration of follow-up likely limited an accurate assessment of VE. No serious concerns for risk of bias, inconsistency, or imprecision were noted. The relative risk of 0.9 favored the booster dose vaccination. However, the absolute effect was small, with an estimated 277 fewer cases per 100,000. The evidence type was 4 or very low for this observational study data. Next slide. The grade evidence table for hospitalization for COVID is shown here. 1 observational study provided data. The initial evidence type of 3 was downgraded for very serious indirectness. The outcome of the study was severe COVID, which is an indirect measure of the PICO outcome for hospitalization for COVID. Additionally, the short duration of follow-up likely limited an accurate assessment of EE. The relative risk of 0.5 favored vaccination. However, the absolute effect was small, with an estimated 26 fewer cases of severe COVID per 100,000. The evidence type was 4 or very low for this critical outcome. Next slide. The grade evidence table for serious adverse events and reactogenicity based on the phase 3 randomized controlled trial data is shown here. For both outcomes, a very serious risk of bias was present because a non-random subset of participants who received a booster dose are compared to the safety population from the 2-dose efficacy trial at the time of the BLA. For serious adverse events, there was also serious concern for indirectness and very serious concern for imprecision. The relative risk was 0.2 with wide confidence intervals and did not rule out harms. The evidence was type 4 or very low for this critical outcome. For reactogenicity, there was serious concern for indirectness and imprecision. The relative risk was 0.6, indicating a lower risk of grade 3 reactions in the booster compared to the primary series. The evidence type was 4 or very low. Next slide. So then, while not specifically included in grade, we also did want to note a finding mentioned by Pfizer yesterday. There were 5% of individuals in their phase 3 trial who received booster doses that reported lymphadenopathy. This was all axillary lymphadenopathy, and only 1 severe event of lymphadenopathy was noted. This was reported more frequently following booster doses at 5.2% compared to 0.4% after the primary series. Next slide. Then we can also use the experience from Israel to inform our knowledge of safety of booster doses. The rollout initially began with adults over 60 and was expanded to those over 12 at the very end of August. Around 2.8 million third doses have been administered to persons 12 years of age and over, but most of those doses currently have been given to persons over 60. The rates of reported systematic, local, neurologic, allergic, and other reactions were lower after dose 3 than after dose 1 or 2, but there's likely underreporting. We did want to note also that Israel has noted 1 case of myocarditis to date after a booster dose in an individual 30 years of age and over. Due to limited follow-up time, we're unable to determine the rates of myocarditis in younger adults from the Israeli data available to date. Next slide. So this table summarizes the grade assessment for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for persons 18 years of age and over who completed a COVID primary series 6 months ago or more. In terms of benefits, beginning with the prevention of symptomatic lab-confirmed COVID, the available data indicate that the Pfizer-BioNTech booster dose induced an immune response non-inferior to those following dose 2. Observational data suggest an increased protective effect against any SARS-CoV-2 infection, and the evidence type was 4. For hospitalization due to COVID, the observational data suggest a protective effect against severe COVID, and the evidence type was also 4. No other data were available on the important outcomes of death due to COVID or transmission of SARS-CoV-2 infections. Next slide. So then to discuss the benefit risk assessment by age. Next slide. We just heard from Dr. Wallace's presentation the number needed to vaccinate with a booster dose to prevent 1 hospitalization over 6 months. You can see that this number varies substantially by age. Over 19 times more individuals 18 to 29 would need to be vaccinated to prevent 1 hospitalization compared to those 65 years of age and over. Next slide. Again, I won't go through the data again, but just wanted to highlight that the benefit risk balance among the younger population varies by sex, the VE after the booster dose, rates of myocarditis, and incidence. As incidence declines, there will be more uncertainty around the balance of benefits and risks. Next slide. So to summarize that benefit risk assessment, the risks of myocarditis after a third dose of mRNA vaccines are unknown. We know that after the second dose, the risk varies by age and sex, so we may see similar patterns after a booster dose. The benefit risk balance is the most favorable for adults 65 years of age and over, using current estimates of vaccine effectiveness. The benefit risk balance among younger population varies by sex, VE after the booster dose, rates of myocarditis, and incidence. In addition, if the incidence increases, the benefits would increase. But as incidence declines, there would be more uncertainty around this balance of benefits and risks. Next slide. So moving to the summary of benefits and harms by age and population. Next slide. We know the data from the clinical trial are limited in size and age. The booster dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine increases the immune response in those who have completed a primary series approximately 6 months previously. And again, the individual balance of benefits and risks varies by age. The largest benefit of vaccination is in individuals 65 years of age and over. The benefits to the other ages are incrementally smaller, given higher VE currently maintained from the primary series. However, we know that even within those age categories, there is likely variation within the balance of benefits and risks, given risk of exposure, medical condition, and sex. Our analysis of the benefits and risks also may be able to unaccount for other benefits. There may be impossible impact on rates of community transmission as well. Next slide. So next to move to values and acceptability. Do people want a booster dose? Next slide. In published surveys completed in August, 76 to 87% of vaccinated adults reported they would get a booster dose if available. And in one survey, this increased to 93% of adults if it was recommended by their primary care provider. Next slide. This slide shows detailed data from an unpublished survey. When vaccinated respondents were asked if they would receive a booster dose, around 2/3 said they would get one as soon as possible. Others said they would wait to see if it works or if it is safe. Only 2% of vaccinated respondents said they would definitely not get a booster. Next slide. Then when the unvaccinated respondents were asked about boosters, around 1/3 of unvaccinated respondents said that a recommendation for COVID booster doses would make them less likely to get vaccinated at all. Next slide. Individuals were also asked who they believe should be prioritized for early receipt of COVID booster doses. Most individuals highlighted healthcare workers, long-term care facility residents, and those 75 years of age and over. Next slide. Then individuals felt that essential workers, those aged 60 to 74, and other countries should be prioritized for vaccines. Next slide. And finally, adults less than 65 years of age were the least prioritized group. Next slide. In summary, at least 2/3 of vaccinated adults are willing to receive a booster dose. And survey respondents prioritized older adults and healthcare workers for booster doses, while younger adults were less prioritized. Next slide. Moving to feasibility and implementation, how would booster doses be implemented? Next slide. This slide shows those who completed the primary series by week. This is the bell-shaped curve we've seen before over doses administered. The blue is for J&J vaccine, Moderna in orange, and the Pfizer in gray. Next slide. This slide shows the same data, but for adults 65 years of age and over. You can see that this curve is skewed to the left as this group was prioritized for early vaccine doses. Next slide. Then if we overlay those who would have completed the primary series 6 months and more, those to the left of the line would be eligible. Next slide. This slide shows the curves for those other age groups as well. 50 to 64 on top, 30 to 49 in the middle, and 18 to 29 on the bottom. Next slide. If we overlay the 6-month eligibility on these curves, you can see how this lays out for the other age groups as well. Next slide. Then this slide shows the number of persons eligible in millions for people who would be eligible on September 27th with 6 months or more since their primary series. It's a total of 53 million individuals. 27 million of those are 65 years of age and over. Next slide. We know that jurisdictions have begun preparing for implementation of booster doses. Booster doses will be given in a variety of settings: pharmacies, provider offices, health departments, occupational clinics, and federal programs such as the long-term care facility program. Over 70% of current COVID vaccine administration is occurring in pharmacies. We do know that many jurisdictions are experiencing a surge in cases of COVID-19, while continuing to do outreach for unvaccinated individuals to receive a primary series, and beginning the fall and winter influenza campaigns. Next slide. We know that there is variation in those who had dosed in what was received as a primary series. There are 3 vaccines currently being administered in the United States. For additional doses of mRNA vaccines in immunocompromised persons, the current recommendations state that an additional dose should be the same product as the primary series. If the product given for the first 2 doses is not available, the other product may be administered. However, the evidence reviewed by FDA only evaluated a booster dose of a Pfizer BioNTech vaccine after completion of a Pfizer vaccine. Next slide. Long-term care facilities can arrange for on-site vaccination clinic or can help residents access vaccine in a local community. The federal long-term care facility program can help implement vaccinations in these long-term care facility settings. We know 8.1 million doses were administered during the original long-term care facility program from December of 2020 to March of 2021. 76% of those doses given were Pfizer and 24% were Moderna. In addition, those at the long-term care facilities now may not be the same individuals who were there 6 months ago due to substantial turnover over time. Studies have previously demonstrated turnover of 30% per month for residents and 100% per year for staff. Next slide. We also wanted to highlight an issue that could impact implementation: our definition of fully vaccinated. Current CDC clinical considerations state that for public health purposes, immunocompromised persons who have completed a primary vaccine series, so 2 doses of an mRNA vaccine or a single dose of Janssen, are considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks or more after completion of the primary series. Based on our current data, the definition of fully vaccinated would remain the same after recommendations for booster dose, the fully vaccinated 2 weeks or more after completion of the primary series. This can be evaluated as we learn additional information over time. Next slide. So in summary, to date, we know that over 220 million doses of a Pfizer vaccine have been administered in the US, demonstrating that the vaccine is feasible to implement. We also know that over 2 million individuals have already received an additional dose. Over 27 million adults 65 years of age and over completed their primary series 6 months ago, and 50 million adults 18 years of age and over completed their primary series 6 months ago or more. We know that pharmacies are delivering the majority of COVID-19 vaccines currently. And we know that recommendations that are clear and simple will facilitate implementation. Next slide. So to discuss resource use or the cost associated with booster doses. Next slide. All COVID vaccines, including booster doses, will be provided free of charge to the US population. However, we know that health systems or health departments could incur costs for vaccination program planning and implementation. Fees for administration of COVID-19 vaccines recommended by ACIP are reimbursable by insurance or other federal programs. The work group has expressed that cost-effectiveness analyses will be important in the future when the vaccine is not purchased and distributed by the federal government. Next slide. So to move to equity with the equity considerations for booster doses. Next slide. Hispanic or Latino, Black or African American, and American Indian or Alaskan Native populations have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. These populations have experienced higher rates of infection and mortality compared with the non-Hispanic white population, and greater excess mortality, which is the percentage increase in the number of persons who have died relative to the expected number of deaths for a given place and time. This slide shows the annual excess death incidence rates for persons aged 25 to 64 years by race and ethnicity in the United States. During the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, American Indian, Alaskan Native, and Black populations had the highest annual excess mortality incidence rates among those aged 25 to 64 years. Next slide. This slide illustrates cumulative COVID-19 associated hospitalizations in the US by race and ethnicity over time. As of mid-September, American Indian and Alaskan Native, Black, and Hispanic populations had the highest COVID-19 associated hospitalization rates compared to the overall population, whereas white and Asian Pacific Island populations had the lowest. Next slide. So now we'll take a look at the percentage of people in each race or ethnic group who have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. As of mid-September, American Indian and Alaskan Native, and Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander and Asians have the highest percentage of those who have received at least one dose, whereas the Black population was the lowest at 34%. Next slide. We know there's also been variation over time for the vaccination rates by race and ethnicity. This figure shows that the American Indian, Alaskan Native populations in red have consistently had the highest percentage among those who have received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine. The Hispanic or Latino populations started at a lower proportion, but have increased faster than other races over recent months. Next slide. Among VE platforms able to provide specific evidence for vaccine effectiveness by race or ethnicity, no differences were noted as shown here, including VE against hospitalization among adults 50 years of age and over, and VE against hospitalization among VA centers. Next slide. So COVID-19 disease and COVID-19 vaccination varies by socioeconomic and socio-demographic groups. However, vaccine effectiveness does not vary by race and ethnicity. The equity gap in vaccine administered by race is closing, but we know that the disparities were more pronounced this spring, which would be individuals who had been 6 months or more after their second dose. Next slide. So now for a summary in the workgroup interpretation. Next slide. The workgroup continues to emphasize that the top priority should be continued vaccination of unvaccinated individuals. In addition, the workgroup noted that jurisdictions have a variety of vaccination and disease control priorities. For example, surges in COVID cases, delivery of primary COVID-19 vaccine, as well as influenza vaccines. The workgroup discussed that the balance of benefits and risks varies by age. Adults 65 years of age and over have the clearest benefit risk. The benefit to other age groups is incrementally smaller, given the high effectiveness maintained from the primary series. And finally, the workgroup discussed the goals of the booster program. First, for prevention of severe disease. But the workgroup also discussed that other considerations are important, such as maintaining workforce and healthcare capacity, prevention of transmission, and the individual benefit risk balance. Next slide. So I'll pause now and turn to Dr. Dooling, who can provide the clinical considerations.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to review the existing interim clinical considerations for the use of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine, as well as the proposed groups for whom a booster may be considered. Next slide. So you've heard this previously, but I wanted to reiterate that for public health purposes, people who have completed a primary series of vaccine, for example, 2 doses of an mRNA series or a single dose of the Janssen vaccine, are considered fully vaccinated 2 weeks after completion of the primary series. This definition applies to all people, including those who receive an additional dose as recommended for moderate to severely immunocompromised people, as well as those who may receive a booster dose in the future. Next slide, please. So Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine is administered as a 0.3 milliliter intramuscular injection. It should be noted that this is the exact same formulation and dose and route as has been previously authorized and approved for the Pfizer COVID vaccine. With regard to the timing of a booster dose, a single dose should be given at least 6 months or more after completion of the primary series. It's important to note that immunity wanes gradually over time. Therefore, it's not necessary for the booster dose to be given exactly at 6 months. In fact, a booster dose may be given at a period of 6 months or more after the primary series. In terms of co-administration, Pfizer-BioNTech COVID vaccine booster may be given with other vaccines without regard to timing. This includes simultaneous administration of COVID-19 vaccines, with a Pfizer vaccine and other vaccines on the same day. Next slide, please. So next, let's review the groups at risk for severe COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 infection, even after vaccination with a primary series. Next. So increasing age is a strong risk factor for severe COVID. Here we describe an age-based group, which includes people 65 years of age and older. There's an increased risk for severe COVID-19, including hospitalization and death in this age group of vaccinated people compared to younger, fully vaccinated people. In addition, waning of COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness against severe disease has been observed in people 65 and older. Next slide. The next group we'd like to outline are residents of long-term care facilities. Although most residents in long-term care facilities are over 65 years of age, this is a risk-based group and would include any residents 18 years of age and older. There is likely an increased risk of severe COVID-19, including hospitalization and death, among fully vaccinated residents compared to fully vaccinated people who are living independently. And waning of COVID-19 vaccine protection against infection has been observed in long-term care facility residents. In addition, congregate living settings are associated with increased risk for COVID-19. Next slide. So the next group is risk-based by occupation or setting. So this group includes people 18 years and older who are fully vaccinated and may be at increased risk for SARS-CoV-2 infection due to frequent exposure in their occupation or other setting. Moreover, in an individual's absence from their occupation due to SARS-CoV-2 infection may hinder societal functions. Examples are, but are certainly not limited to, essential workers, both frontline and non-frontline, unpaid caregivers of frail or immunocompromised persons, paid and unpaid workers who interact within less than 6 feet of others, and also people who live in congregate settings, such as homeless shelters or correctional facilities. Next slide. The final risk-based group we include here are people 18 years of age and older with underlying medical conditions. Fully vaccinated people with underlying medical conditions may be at risk for severe COVID-19 if they become infected with SARS-CoV-2. Examples of underlying medical conditions associated with severe COVID include, but are not limited to, cancer, cerebrovascular disease, chronic kidney disease, COPD, diabetes, heart conditions, obesity, pregnancy, and smoking. Next slide. Now, let's take a look at the factors for consideration for individual level assessment of benefits and risks for COVID-19 vaccine booster dose. Next slide. First, let's review the potential benefits to an individual that they should consider. A booster dose may confer reduced risk of infection and severe disease. The strongest evidence for the benefit of a reduction of severe disease is in older adults. The vaccine effectiveness of an mRNA primary series remains high in younger age groups. A booster dose of COVID vaccine may confer reduced risk of SARS-CoV-2 infection. Waning of vaccine protection via a combination of factors such as time since vaccination and Delta variant has been observed in most age groups. It's important to note that infections here refers to both symptomatic and asymptomatic infections. The reduction of either asymptomatic or symptomatic infections may reduce work absence and preservation of capacity of important sectors. Stated another way, prevention of infection may protect healthcare capacity and other essential services for the COVID-19 response and maintain the overall functioning of society. Next slide. Now let's review the potential risks to an individual which they should consider. Myocarditis and myopericarditis, although very rare, may occur following an mRNA vaccination. It's more common in younger ages, particularly males age younger than 30 years old. Most patients with myocarditis have been hospitalized for short periods, and the majority of whom achieve resolution of their acute symptoms. The rate of myocarditis following a booster dose is not yet known. Anaphylaxis, although very rare, may occur following a COVID vaccination. The rate of anaphylaxis following a booster dose is not yet known. Reactogenicity, including transient, local, and systemic symptoms, are common following mRNA vaccines. The third dose of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine appears to have similar reactogenicity as the second dose. Next slide. And finally, when assessing the benefits and risks, an individual should consider their own risk of SARS-CoV-2 exposure. For example, individuals can assess their risk of exposure in occupational, living, and transportation settings. Their ability, for example, to consistently wear a mask and maintain social distance, and other mitigation measures. And ultimately, their risk of exposure due to rates of SARS-CoV-2 infection in their own community. Individuals can also consider their risk of developing severe COVID-19 if infected. This may be influenced by underlying medical conditions, particularly if those conditions are not well controlled. And individuals can also consider their personal circumstances. For example, if they are living with or caring for a frail or immunocompromised person, as well as the consequences of inability to meet personal or occupational obligations due to SARS-CoV-2 infection. Next slide. Next, we'll go on to review contraindications, precautions, and other adverse events following immunization. Next slide. So the contraindications and precautions would be the same for booster doses as for the primary series of a Pfizer COVID vaccine. And as a reminder, that's contraindications including severe allergic reaction, such as anaphylaxis after a previous dose, or an immediate allergic reaction to a previous dose or known allergy to a component of the vaccine. Known polysorbate allergy is a precaution to mRNA COVID-19 vaccination. Next slide. So if their myocarditis or myopericarditis occurs following a dose of mRNA vaccine, it's recommended to defer a subsequent dose, and the people who choose to receive a subsequent dose should wait until myocarditis or myopericarditis has completely resolved. And it should be noted that the aforementioned conditions, certainly the ones that result in contraindication or precaution, are extremely rare. Next slide. So there are many resources that can be found on the clinical considerations section of the CDC website. Those include information about anaphylaxis and its management in the vaccine setting. Next slide. As well as additional resources. And I will pause there and hand it back to Dr. Oliver.
Thank you so much. So we want to highlight that the slide reviews the types of recommendations that ACIP can make, as well as what this recommendation would mean for the balance of benefits and risks. On the left, ACIP cannot recommend the intervention. This would occur when it's felt that across the population, the risks outweighed the benefits. Then on the far right, ACIP can recommend the intervention. This would be used when the benefits clearly outweigh the risks in the population. Then this category in the middle, ACIP can recommend the intervention for individuals based on an assessment of benefits and risks. This could be used when there is a diversity of the benefits and risks within a population. This type of vote could allow for flexibility across a population when there is more variation around the balance of benefits and risks. Next slide. So we'll propose some questions for discussion to ACIP and walk through some of the pros and cons for each. These can continue to be discussed over the time period of discussion for the next bit. So for policy question number 1, should adults 65 years of age and over and long-term care facility residents receive a Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose? Next slide. And then thinking through, should adults 18 to 64 years of age at risk for severe COVID-19 due to underlying medical conditions, or at risk for SARS-CoV-2 exposure due to occupation or setting, receive a Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose? Next slide. To first talk through some pros and cons in the adult 65 years of age and over and long-term care facility residents population. We know that this is the group with the highest risk of severe disease. They also have the largest impact in waning VE against severe disease, as was seen recently. We also know that they were prioritized for early doses of COVID-19 vaccines and thus have had a longer duration since their primary series. However, we acknowledge that a specific age cutoff does not represent the continuum of risk that we see with age. Next slide. So then thinking through this other population, adults 18 to 64 at risk for severe COVID due to underlying medical conditions, or at risk for SARS-CoV-2 exposure due to occupation or setting. We'll walk through the pros and cons of this population with the standard recommendation on top, what we said with ACIP recommends the intervention, and then the recommendation based on the assessment of benefits and risks on the bottom. First, for the standard recommendation, for the pros, we know that this would be simple. It would reduce barriers for individuals who may have increased risk of severe disease and may, in a reduction in infection, could reduce work absenteeism. However, there is currently not strong evidence of an increased risk of hospitalization or death in all individuals in this population. Therefore, based on that, the balance of benefits and risks in this population likely varies. And we know that there's a large number of people that would be initially eligible in this group. So then thinking through the pros and cons of recommending this group based on an assessment of benefits and risks. Again, it would reduce barriers for individuals who may have an increased risk of disease. Again, a reduction in infection could reduce work absenteeism. And this balance of benefits and risk recommendation could reflect the uncertainty in the current balance of benefits and risks across this entire population. For a con standpoint, again, it's a large number of people initially eligible. And the recommendation based on an assessment of benefits and risks may be more complicated to implement and communicate. So we can go back, 2 slides to the policy questions. So with this, we'll propose these as questions for ACIP to discuss and can modify based on the discussion. Thanks so much, Dr. Lee.
Thank you so much. I have to say that was an outstanding series of presentations with an unbelievable amount of information that I think addressed the questions that the committee has brought to you all over the past 2 meetings. And we recognize that given the totality of the data we're looking at today, this is still going to be a challenging decision. So I am going to open it up, but I'm actually going to suggest we structure the discussion as such, which is I'm going to ask my ACIP colleagues to comment on policy question number 1 and policy question number 2, specifically also considering the type of recommendation you might consider. And I would also, if you were willing to comment on any gaps or opportunities for refining risk groups that are feasible, would ask that you provide that comment as well. So with that, I appreciate as many members as willing to contribute as possible to this discussion. So Dr. Paling, we'll start with you.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Oliver and Dr. Dooling, for an outstanding presentation. One of the points I wanted to start with that you emphasized, or that you stated, and I wanted to emphasize, is that we are going to consider persons who have completed the primary vaccine series as fully vaccinated for any mandates. And I think that's a very important point because it gives people an opportunity but doesn't require. I support the policy number 1. It's clear from the data that the risk of hospitalization is going up in 65 years and older in long-term care facilities, and the benefits outweigh the rest. I wanted to talk about policy number 2, and I think a lot about the immunocompromised. And when I think about the immunocompromised, I'm thinking about children who we don't yet, especially those under 12 where we don't have a vaccine yet, as well as adults in the full spectrum. And if I understood the setting, we are including those people in this recommendation under setting. So the caregivers of a young child who is medically fragile or immunocompromised would be included. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. So yes, your reading is correct that we have drawn setting to be quite broad and include settings where a person is a caregiver for an immunocompromised or frail person.
Okay. And so then the second point is getting into the 2 recommendations, because I think the intent is to allow availability without mandating. And so trying to walk that fine balance is where I'm trying to strike. And so I see several of my colleagues would like to speak, so I'm going to turn my time over and listen to what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paling. And of course, feel free to raise your hand again. Dr. Cotton?
Thank you. I'd like to just emphasize that for policy question number 1, that making that age cutoff of 65 and older, there's an equity issue there where age of 65 is not the same across all different racial groups. And we have seen different outcomes at different ages across different races with COVID. So I do worry that may not meet our intent for trying to ensure as much equity as possible. Furthermore, for policy question 2, I sort of wish that this were divided into 2 separate questions, in that it may be hard to reach agreement, at least from my perspective, on the 2 questions or the 2 areas, the underlying medical conditions. I wish that had been separated from occupational and setting. But I'm happy to hear what my colleagues have to say about that.
Dr. Cohn would wish to say something, and I have a clarifying question for you, Dr. Cotton, afterwards.
Thanks, everyone. As you are all thinking through these two policy questions, I just wanted to remind everyone, and Dr. Cotton just brought this up really nicely, that we are basing these policy questions on the language that was in the conditions of use from the FDA authorization that happened last night. And so this policy question number 1 is based on that first category, that 65 plus. And so unfortunately, we don't have flexibility in that question to shift the age group. For policy question number 2, Dr. Cotton, we can certainly split this up into a discussion on underlying medical conditions and exposure to occupation and setting, and we'd like perspectives on both. But there is an opportunity to shift some of the age groups around in that question. For example, you could have individuals down to a lower age who are at severe risk for disease have a full recommendation as compared to the more individual level recommendation for other types of groups, if those are some of the things that you're considering. So one way to address the equity issue that we can't really address in policy question number 1 would be to shift some things around in policy question number 2.
Thank you. And I was actually, I had a very simple question to ask, which is, in order to address equity, at what age would you sort of go down to, would be my question, Dr. Cotton.
So I think it's variable across different groups. So we'd have to maybe look at that. Although I appreciate that in the setting of the FDA EUA that we don't have a lot of leeway there. I just wanted to emphasize that the age of 65 is sort of a somewhat arbitrary cutoff based on data, but it's not the age 65 is not the same across all different racial groups. But I appreciate the restrictions of the FDA EUA.
Thank you. Dr. Talbot?
Yeah, so I have a couple points, and I think of policy 1 and policy 2 similarly with these points. I think we have looked at data showing some decline in VE for the Pfizer BioNTech, and there are probably reasons for that, including the short interval between doses 1 and 2 and a lower dose compared to the other mRNA vaccine. But to me, the biggest policy question out there is the Johnson & Johnson. And that has much lower VE. And so I worry we're getting distracted by the question of boosters with Pfizer when we have bigger and more important things to do in the pandemic. And along those lines, we're fighting a pandemic, and it's not because people got 2 doses of vaccine. It's because people are unvaccinated. And I really feel like, yes, we may move the needle a little bit by giving a booster dose to people, and not just those at risk or at age. I really think we could move the needle a little bit if we gave it to everybody. But the real fact of the matter is this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. The hospitals are full because people aren't vaccinated. We are declining care to people who deserve care because we are full of unvaccinated COVID-positive patients. So in all honesty, we could give boosters to people, but that's not really the answer to this pandemic. And I'm scared I'm going to get quoted for this, but I feel like we're putting lipsticks on frogs. Like, this is not going to solve the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. And we will ask if our FDA colleagues can respond, but I'm actually going to go through a few more questions just to see if there are any other questions relevant to our colleagues at the FDA. So next I'll call on Dr. Alt.
As far as knowledge gaps for policy question number 2, we have, as everybody heard yesterday, we have pregnant women in the group that have an underlying medical condition that makes them at risk for worsening disease. We also have healthcare workers who are skewed towards younger and females. There'll be hundreds and thousands of pregnant healthcare workers at any one time that are pregnant or lactating. So we have some complicated questions to answer for pregnant people that fall into under that category. However, similar to what Dr. Talbot just said, we have a majority of pregnant women that have received 0 doses of vaccine. So we'll have to address that somehow.
Thank you, Dr. Alt. Dr. Sanchez?
Thank you. I just want a few comments. And certainly I think we have to remember, and I agree with Dr. Talbot and Dr. Alt, I think we have to remember that we're talking about booster dosing, and these are individuals who already have agreed to receive a vaccine and to be fully vaccinated. So I think there the equity issue is a little bit different, because although blacks and the efficacy of the vaccine, from what we just heard, was similar to, in irrespective of the racial, ethnic characteristics. But I agree with policy question 1. I have some issues with policy question 2. I kind of agree with Dr. Cotton. Maybe some of that needs to be separated out. But I don't read into policy question 2 help parents or other individuals who are caring for immunocompromised folks at home if they don't have an underlying, if they're less than 65 and they're otherwise healthy. I don't see that, because they may not be at risk for severe COVID-19 due to underlying medical condition, because they're not. They're healthy parents, or at risk of SARS-CoV-2 exposure due to occupation setting. That's not really what we're trying to do, is for the child to have that prevention. So I don't think that setting, you can read into it, but I don't see it there. And then my other comment is, from reading what I saw from the FDA recommendation, was that individuals 18 through 64 years of age whose frequent institutional or occupational exposure to SARS-CoV-2 puts them at high risk of serious complications of COVID-19, including severe COVID-19. I'm not reading that into policy question 2, because I think we're expanding that. And if that's allowed, I guess that's fine. But I think that's a little bit different when it comes to healthcare workers and young who may not be at high risk of severe disease. And we're talking then about infection.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. I'm going to ask for those of you who have had a chance to speak to put your hands down and then re-raise them if you would like to add another comment. I'm going to move to Dr. Brooks.
All right, thank you. First of all, excellent presentation, and it shows the complexity of the question. I think that was actually your job. I mean, there was no way to simplify this, so you just presented the information. A couple of things. First, as relates to what Dr. Cotton said, the evidence for African Americans shows that their increased risk of death or hospitalization increases dramatically at age 50. So to answer that question, age 50. Now, that being stated, it is likely that a lot of that is related to underlying medical conditions. So if this were a policy question 2 were adopted in any fashion, that would mitigate some of that. I'm in agreement with policy question number 1, by the way. A couple of things I think we really need to remember. Number 1, this recommendation is only for those who have received the full series of the Pfizer vaccine. So when we look at those eligible, there was a statement of what I think was 27 million that might be eligible. I can't remember whether those that received Pfizer only. I'm not sure if that's correct or incorrect. Another thing is that a lot of this is going to be based on the availability of vaccines. 76 to 93% of people who've had 2 doses are willing to get a booster. So then those that want a booster can get it. Importantly, there was very little downside other than lack of vaccine availability. The side effect profile, the serious adverse reactions, myocarditis, et cetera, are relatively low, or the risk was the same as with the 2-dose series. So the point is, if someone wants to get the vaccine and they are in the category, there's really no major risk. I think that I One thing concerns me is the statement that 1/3 of the unvaccinated said a booster would make them less likely to get vaccinated. So a recommendation for a booster might reduce our ability to get those unvaccinated to be vaccinated. On balance, though, I think that policy question number 2 in a flexible recommendation would have a lot of positivity. The last thing I'll say is that if we did policy question 2 as a full recommendation, would that then, as we've discussed, lead to a mandate, which might be somewhat problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just, sorry, I'm trying to find the right cadence here, which is we don't want to go too many questions in. So we're going to answer just some of the key points that were raised. Dr. Oliver will go first, and we'll see if any of our other colleagues on the line can jump in if there's any other issues we'd like to address.
Dr. Brooks, in the presentation, it went by quickly, but we did break out the receipt by primary series. So you can see here that there were, if we went with the 6 months or more after primary series, there's 26 million individuals who received Pfizer. Of those, 13 million individuals are 65 years of age and over.
Thank you. That was my question. A question.
This is Amanda. I'm just going to make a couple of other comments that have been to start to respond to questions that have been raised. So our FDA colleagues can discuss the issue when they're ready. Doran or Peter, if y'all want to raise your hand around some of these questions that have been asked around the EUA and specifically recipients of J&J vaccine. I think that was Kip who brought that issue up. We'll also, the issue of of people who are living in the home of immunocompromised persons, you will note that the language in the FDA EUA says occupational or institutional risk. So this language is a little bit different than the FDA, but we believe has the same intent. And so I think from that perspective, I'd ask that the ACIP members not worry about how this discussion is in line with the, exactly in line with the intent of the FDA EUA. And we will make sure that those two, that we are within those conditions of use before issuing any final recommendations. And then we are working on separating out the two policy. Oh, you can see it already. We now have this as 3 policy questions, but just note that these age ranges, the 18 to 64 years of age, you could, for example, say, you could split those ages and have different recommendations for different ages, although we certainly want to try to keep these recommendations reasonable from a simple perspective.
Okay, thank you. At this point, let's move on to Ms. Bata.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, and thank you, Dr. Dooling and Dr. Oliver for this very comprehensive review. I have just a question relating to the clinical guidance, and there's nothing that addresses probably the most common question we'll hear, and that's about the mixing of vaccine products. And I don't need an answer to that, but it just, to me, was blatantly absent, and that I'm already getting questions about that. I too just want to talk a little bit about these policy questions as we face them in moving toward all of these different questions. I really think that it sends a message that people haven't gotten enough and that they've got to get more. And as Dr. Talbot so eloquently described it, that's not going to end the pandemic. I feel like those who were vaccinated felt like that was the magic bullet, and so many abandoned the other mitigation measures because we heard that it was okay to do so. And we're now in a situation where both the unvaccinated, of course, are becoming very, very ill, but also the vaccinated are getting sick. And that, again, reduces the confidence that people have in the vaccine. And so if we are moving forward with these, and I certainly do support policy question 1, and I think we need to adjust policy question 2 to include a more equitable consideration. But I think that we need to make sure that we are talking about this as only one measure, that we are in the throes of a pandemic, and this is what everyone needs to do, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. And of course, some people will listen and some people won't. But I think that we need the vaccinated individuals also to understand that they need to keep doing what has been recommended from the beginning. Because I think that that's a big piece. And as I mentioned yesterday, my concern is that we're just giving booster doses to the vaccinated as different variants come in to the scene, and we're not going to be able to move forward in truly mitigating the pandemic. So in terms of an age group, I would like to see something like 50 through 64, because we know that there's a large group of individuals in that age range who have similar risk as those 65 and older. And again, I want to make sure we're not implying that they aren't protected, because most are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bata. Dr. Long.
Yeah, I'm going to try to see if we can't steer back to the questions that have the data at hand. And I think what should be the small steps that we should take at this point, considering all those things. I think it is imperative to protect people from death, hospitalizations, and we're only talking about a booster. So that I think that although people of different races and ethnicities certainly age differently, we have had absolutely no data that there is a diminution of vaccine protection or antibody responses that follow race or ethnicity. So although we may see more severe disease in people under 65, I haven't seen the data in breakthrough disease that is the case, at least to any extent. I also assume for policy question number 1 that in addition to long-term care facility, as has been done previously, we're talking about everybody in congregate living. And if that's not the case, I'd like to talk about that some more. And the other thing that I am assuming, and it's clear that I should not assume this, is that this recommendation for people over 65 and older would be a preference for Pfizer vaccine as the primary, but an allowance for those to receive the vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine booster, had they received Moderna or Janssen. And there's a whole lot more to say about policy. So I'm in favor of policy number 1 as an age-based and long-term care facility, as well as congregate living. We can talk about the mixing and matching a little bit further. I think it would be just anathema to preclude people from getting Pfizer if they had a different primary. For the second question, again, I don't see that we have had evidence that underlying medical conditions reduce
the protection. We know that if you get the disease, you're at higher risk for having bad outcomes, but we haven't seen the waning in that younger age group in the groups we have seen. And I agree, we don't have all the groups, but the groups we have doesn't look as if there's substantial waning. So I think with the data at hand, without having everybody able to get a matched vaccine, and without the data how that will pan out, and without having all vaccines available for boosters, I think that would be a giant step to go for underlying conditions. And the third one, and I agree that the second one is risk for severe disease. So I don't think that extends from caretakers to the people they take care of. And I'm going to wait on policy question number 3 because I think that's rather thorny, and others will want to speak to these. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Long. For our future questioners or commenters, I'm just going to ask if you can try and keep it to, under 2 minutes would be great. A minute would be ideal. And what I'll do is I'm going to call on Dr. Daly. Then we'll pause for a moment, and actually I'm going to ask Dr. Fink from the FDA if he can comment on or respond or clarify any of the questions that have come through so far. So Dr. Daly.
Thanks so much. So first, I'm in strong support of a full standard recommendation for policy option number 1. And then for policy option number 2, my interpretation of the circumstances is different than Dr. Long's, and I'd be in favor of a full recommendation for those, for example, 50 to 64 with underlying medical conditions. And my reasons are several. First, if it's a group who has underlying medical conditions, plus they have age 50 to 64 and some immunosenescence, and they almost have 2 risk factors for severe COVID. Second, the risk of a particular vaccine adverse event, namely myocarditis, doesn't appear to be elevated in this group. And then therefore in that group, I think the benefits from a booster are really likely to outweigh any risks. And then third, I think that approach may achieve greater health equity, as has been mentioned by Dr. Brooks and by Dr. Oliver. I was contacted by a colleague who reached out to me with the observation that many in the American Indian, Alaskan Native population don't reach the age of 65 years due to underlying medical conditions and the effects of social determinants of health. So, I'd be in support of a full recommendation for those with who are 50 to 64 years old with underlying medical conditions. This is with respect to policy option number 2. But I'd greatly appreciate hearing from my ACIP colleagues about those 18 to, for example, 49 years old with underlying medical conditions and what type of recommendation they feel like is most appropriate for that group. And then I think I'll leave any comments for policy option number 3 till later. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Dr. Fink, are you on the line and would you be able to comment?
Yeah, hi. And maybe what I can do is to walk the ACIP through the authorized population and the FDA's rationale for that authorized population, and maybe that will help to answer some of these questions. So first of all, I just want to start by saying that the statutory requirements for emergency use authorization would require FDA to find that a booster dose may be effective to prevent a serious disease or condition. And we're also having to evaluate the benefit of the booster dose in relation to whatever benefit exists from the primary series, because anyone being considered for a booster dose will have received a primary series. So we heard at the VRPAC presentation on Friday evidence that we thought clearly enough demonstrated a risk of hospitalization and severe COVID, i.e. a serious condition, among individuals 65 years of age and older who had passed some time since their primary series. So that was the rationale for including that age group. We did not see evidence presented to support that younger age groups in the general population were at this increased risk. And in fact, we also did not see evidence to support that specific subgroups within the younger population were being hospitalized at higher rates. However, we did consider that individuals who at baseline are at increased risk of severe outcomes of COVID-19 would reasonably be expected to be at more severe or at higher risk of severe outcomes in hospitalization, even following the primary series with waning of protective immunity. And so this was the rationale for including in the authorized population individuals 18 through 64 years of age at high risk of severe COVID, whether that risk is due to underlying medical conditions or some other factor. And finally, with regard to the third component of the authorized population, we also considered that frequent and unavoidable exposure to SARS-CoV-2 would increase the risk of symptomatic COVID, which along with it would result in an increased risk of serious complications of COVID, which could include severe presentations of COVID, but could also include other serious complications such as long COVID. And so it was with this thinking in mind and considering groups that have both frequent and unavoidable exposure to SARS-CoV-2 that we decided to authorize the booster dose in institutional or occupational settings. And so this construction really differentiates those groups who have frequent and unavoidable exposure to the virus in institutional or occupational settings from the general population, where we recognized that the VRBPAC did not recommend that the evidence, the totality of evidence, supported use of a booster dose in the general population of younger adults 18 through 64 years of age. So I hope that clarifies what the intent was for this authorization and the FDA's thinking. And I'll stop there.
Dr. Fink, thank you so much for clarifying the intent. And ACIP certainly wants to stay within the intent of the regulatory decision that FDA has made. We will continue to discuss this robustly. One of the other questions that came up that, I don't know if you're able to comment on would just be specifically the J&J population, and if there would be an estimation of the timing of the availability of a booster dose for that population, recognizing I don't believe there's been a submission. So I just wanted to clarify that, and if you could just make any statement about that, that would be helpful, I think, to understand the interval or the gap that might emerge.
Sure. So as I mentioned yesterday, currently there are no data available to inform the interchangeability of authorized COVID vaccines, either for completion of a primary series or for use of a booster dose. And so consequently, the Pfizer BioNTech COVID vaccine is authorized for use as a booster dose among certain individuals in the authorized population who've completed a primary series of the Pfizer BioNTech COVID vaccine. As you know, we do have an application for an EUA amendment for Moderna COVID vaccine booster dose under review. and we are working diligently to get that completed. I also am very sensitive to and understand the desire for flexibility around use of COVID vaccines, as well as the concern about individuals who received the Janssen vaccine, which data show continues to provide very good protection against severe outcomes, including hospitalization and death, although notably not to the same stellar level as the primary series of the mRNA vaccines. As a physician, I am frustrated, as I know many of you are, with the lack of data that would allow for a regulatory allowance, and also that would allow for evidence-based recommendations from the ACIP and evidence-based practice. And I can assure you that FDA is working diligently with vaccine manufacturers, as well as with our other partners in federal government, including NIH, to arrive at a solution expediently to address the situation and to provide a solution that will comply with legal requirements. So I don't know that I can provide a specific time frame, but I do know that Peter Marks is on the line also from FDA, and if you'd like to add anything, please go ahead.
Dr. Marks, do you
This is Peter.
Okay.
This is Peter Marks. No, thank you, Doran. I think Doran summarized things very nicely. I think we understand at FDA the relative urgency here of trying to have a solution for anyone who's been vaccinated with any of the authorized or approved vaccines. And unfortunately, we're not in a place right now which I can give you an exact timeline, but I can tell you that we will proceed with all due urgency to try to get there as rapidly as possible, working with the various vaccine sponsors and with all of the available data to make a science-based decision so that we have something that is based on evidence to bring forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fink and Dr. Marks, for your comments. And again, we really appreciate that everyone is working towards, the intent of trying to really protect the American public in the most common sense way possible. And we'll just, point out that I think the concerns raised by the committee are really ones of equity in ensuring that the FDA, the CDC, all of our federal colleagues, our clinicians on the front line, and our public health colleagues can make sure that we are working to achieve equity in all aspects of our vaccine policy. And this is a particularly important one. So thank you. I'm going to go over to Dr. Beth Bell for questions and comments. And actually, for our ACIP members and other liaisons who wish to comment, since we have not heard anyone speak against policy question 1, what I'd like to do is just focus on policy questions 2 and 3 in particular. If you, for some reason, disagree with policy question 1, please go ahead and comment on that. But otherwise, you can just move forward with 2 and 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee, and I apologize in advance if I go over my 2 minutes allotted time. I tend to be a little bit verbose, so I'll do my best. First of all, I do really want to make one big picture comment and reflection, which is that, there's been, I think, some confusion, lack of clarity about what does the FDA do and what does the VRBPAC as the advisory committee, and what do we do with CDC? And we now have emergency authorization from FDA for giving a Pfizer-BioNTech booster to people who got a primary series in these various categories. So that means that this booster is available to those people in the United States. What we need to be doing, the ACIP, is to look at the totality of evidence and think about
what makes the most sense using the tools that we have, as Dr. Walensky said, to protect as many people as possible, and how do we operationalize this, considering other things like feasibility, for example. And the other thing I would like to say is that while we are considering what's before us, which is this one question, it's a very narrow question. And I think there are many, many moving parts. There are many competing priorities. There are the issues that we don't have, where these are only for people who received the Pfizer primary series, which is a bit of a logistical nightmare. There's potentially vaccination authorization for children coming up. That's a very important consideration. There's the other vaccines, as we've been talking about. And so I think I'm sort of wanting to urge committee members to not get stuck in, what might not be questions that we shouldn't be trying to definitively answer questions or come up with policies right now in the midst of all of these moving parts, and remembering that, as Dr. Talbot said, if we really want to move the dial here with this pandemic, we need to get more people vaccinated with the primary series. And that should be the focus of the public health infrastructure, as far as I'm concerned. So given all of that, and putting aside a recommendation number one, or policy question number one, and thanks to Dr. Fink for clarifying the thinking of the FDA, it appears from that since we have no evidence of waning vaccine effectiveness among people younger than 65 who have underlying medical conditions, it seems like to me what we're doing there is saying that we want higher vaccine effectiveness for some population of people under the age of 65 with underlying medical conditions. And I'm a bit concerned about that being somewhat of a logical inconsistency, and that we may end up causing ourselves more problems than we might have anticipated. And also recognizing that there is nothing that precludes anyone in that with an underlying medical condition from getting a vaccine if they got a primary series with Pfizer. So I have to say I don't have a huge amount of enthusiasm for ACIP making a recommendation with no evidence for looking to boost vaccine effectiveness in some population above that of others. And I'll just say one more thing and then I'll stop talking. In terms of policy question number 3, I think that there is ample evidence that people such as healthcare workers do not have repeated exposure in their workplace. They're using PPE as they should, and they're following the other policies within the healthcare setting. There's lots of evidence to suggest that healthcare workers who become infected because of exposures in the community. So I'm a little bit, I actually don't believe that third statement is scientifically correct, and I would say the same for teachers. As I said yesterday, I think that perhaps a case could be made for vaccinating healthcare workers to reduce the incidence of infections that they get because of exposure in the community, and to therefore reduce absenteeism among vaccinated healthcare workers. So I don't know how to address that, but I don't feel ecstatic about voting for a booster dose in a population based on a rationale that I don't actually think is supported by evidence. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. Dr. Lair?
Thank you. I would very much like to thank the work group. I've been wrestling with this decision for days now, and it was a succinct and excellent summary of what the questions are. I am in favor of policy question number 1. I am against the standard recommendation for policy question number 2 and number 3, although I might consider a judgment call on those two. I feel the goal is to decrease hospitalizations And overall, I think that the vaccinations will decrease hospitalizations, but I also feel that we're getting too much ahead of ourselves and that we have too much hope on the line with these boosters. When I was running the numbers, even if we gave boosters to all 13 million people over 65 who've had the Pfizer vaccine in the past, that might be about 200 fewer hospitalizations a day, which is a lot. But considering that we have 10,000 hospitalizations a day now, it's probably not that much compared to the goal of getting children hospitalized or getting the unvaccinated hospitalized. However, having said that, we shouldn't let the perfect be in the way of the good. And if we can do a little bit of good by giving boosters to people over 65, I'm in favor of that. As for the other two policy questions, it's pretty clear from public comment and from my own anecdotal experience that people want boosters. I agree that there's no data, and so I'm hesitant to make a standard recommendation, but I could see making a recommendation based on clinical judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lehrer. Dr. Cohn wanted to just make a brief statement.
Thanks, everyone. I just want to say a couple of things to help guide the discussion. The first one is that this is an unusual situation and is not the way that we typically, it's not working in our typical vaccine policy development framework in that we don't have a public sector, public vaccine and private vaccine. So all of this vaccine has been purchased by the US government. And because of that key difference, the FDA EUA alone is not sufficient to allow for access to populations that aren't also covered by some sort of ACIP recommendation, be it the standard recommendation or the more individual decision-making focused recommendation. And so I do just want to make sure that that is that's clear to everyone. So for example, a vote yes to the first one and no to 2 and 3 would mean that only 65-year-old and up were eligible to get a booster dose at this time, given that this is government purchase vaccine. The other comment I want to make is I am hearing from all of you the very important and clear point that the public health goal right now should be to get people vaccinated who are unvaccinated. But I do want to also frame this, and there are multiple competing priorities at the public health level. A permissive recommendation, if you go back to how we used in our in pre-COVID days, the way that we framed a permissive or individual or shared clinical decision-making recommendations, as many of you know, they have many, many names, has been to think about it as a public health program for a full recommendation, but a permissive or individual clinical decision-making type of recommendation that you are considering for policy questions 2 and 3 would not require the same public health focus as a more full recommendation, if that makes sense. So I imagine that individuals in those areas would go get their booster dose if they chose to do that in pharmacies and in other places that wouldn't have as significant of an impact on all of the many competing priorities of public health. I don't want to overstate that, though, because clearly this will have some impact on public health. But the goals of the standard recommendation would be the goals of public health at this time, which is a primary series for all individuals 12 and up. And if you voted yes to policy question number 1, a booster dose for 65 plus, as well as the additional dose for immunocompromised persons. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you. We still have a series of hands raised, so I'll ask folks to keep it as brief as possible. Dr. Saneas.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I agree with what others have said, that the top priority is to vaccinate the unvaccinated, and that any recommendation should not detract from this priority and this goal. For question number 2, I think that if we are considering this question, that the language should be kept as simple and as easy to implement for providers, while allowing for some, shared decision-making or discretion and flexibility for providers to provide this additional dose. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cenayes. We'll go back to Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree with Dr. Bell's comments. And then with that, I have some questions about underlying medical conditions in policy question 2, and whether pregnancy would be included in there or not. And from what we heard yesterday, probably should be, but I just have that comment. And then in policy question 3, my other concern is, and what I mentioned earlier, I don't think that really includes vaccinating otherwise healthy individuals who could themselves become infected and be caring for someone at home who cannot be vaccinated because either they're not eligible yet or for whatever reason they cannot be. So because that's not a personal exposure, it's exposing somebody else. However, if that is included in the wording for in policy question 3, if it were approved, then I just think that needs to be included somewhere in there if policy question 3 is approved. And then finally, I know we're just talking about the Pfizer vaccine, but we just cannot continue to ignore the Janssen product and the individuals who received it. And there are data from at least a study from Europe, I believe it's Europe, with the heterologous dosing with the adenovirus vector of the AstraZeneca and the messenger RNA vaccine, and actually that it was safe and good, and it was actually had good boosting of antibodies. So I think that it's similar, but certainly not the same. But I just don't think we can continue to ignore that population. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. McNally next.
Thank you. On policy question 2 and 3, I am hoping the CDC can comment on communication materials, education materials for providers in the public on that need assessment, particularly as it relates to question 3. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McNally. This is Amanda. I can respond to that. We meant for there to be a slide focused just on this issue, and I believe we forgot in the late hours of the night last night. But the answer is absolutely. In the same way that we have provided educational materials for individuals to help understand which vaccine may be best for them for the primary series, given the various differences in between the vaccines. We will have materials both for healthcare providers, public health, as well as to the public to support this decision making. And the slides that Dr. Dooling laid out will form the basis of some of those considerations that people can think of when they're if this is the direction ACIP goes. We can have a series of questions and things to trigger people's thinking through their individual benefits and risks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call on Dr. Paling and Dr. Long, and then I hope we can go to our liaisons. Dr. Paling.
Okay, thank you for this robust discussion. One of the things I'm thinking about is policy question 2. I agree. When we looked at the overall, everybody with high-risk medical conditions, we saw that vaccine effectiveness remained robust, and that is really good news. At the same time, from our clinical experiences, we know that there are persons with high-risk medical conditions who are very fragile, and the minorest cold will cause them to be out of control and leads to hospitalization and significant disease. And so how do we I'm struggling with how do we make sure those that are the most medically fragile still have access when they're younger than 50 or 64 years of age. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Paling. We'll move to Dr. Long.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I have a real problem. I even misunderstood that FDA explicitly would want this booster only going to people who had received Pfizer before. And I understand the lack of data and can't be recommended for the others, but I do also understand uses that are valid that cannot be approved because the data are not there. So I just don't understand how later this afternoon we can say to people 65 and older, you're at risk for severe disease and death, but only half of you can protect yourselves right now. I just don't understand how that will play out. It might be the right thing to do, but I might vote against it because it just isn't, sounds like a good public health policy. The second would be about pregnant women. Pregnant women are of the age where they have had robust responses to these vaccines, and there's no evidence at their age that they have substantial waning. So I would not include pregnant women in this booster right now. And I also then will speak before some of my practicing colleagues. I see Dr. Goldman's hand up there. This individualized decision-making is going to mean that people of education and wealth and ability are going to find some reason. They're going to go to a provider, a pharmacy probably, that isn't as careful as mine here in Gladwin, they'll get their dose without really significant need. And again, Dr. Fink surprised me because I was thinking of it differently. The FDA said if you were originally at risk for severe disease before you got vaccinated, you should be in the considered group, where I would say if you're significantly at risk because of underlying whatever, and you're at risk for waning, then I would say the data are incomplete, but we think the benefits now would outweigh those risks. But don't like the shared decision making.
Thank you so much, Dr. Long. And actually, I wanted to give a heads up, Dr. Eckert, if you are online and are able to, provide your opinion or any early thoughts, that would be really helpful to us from the ACOG perspective. But just to state, Dr. Long, that I think many of the members have highlighted and articulated some of the concerns that you have around equity and access. So I just want to, state that I'm not sure what else we can do at this point, but we were going to continue to emphasize that is important to the committee. Dr. Eckert, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Thank you for asking me to speak. We had a call among ACOG people 2 days ago, and the general consensus definitely was to feel positive about boosters. At the same time, we recognize that many of the initial pregnant individuals who are vaccinated were healthcare workers and were in the first round. And so they may well have been delivered by now. And so it could be a little bit time sensitive as far as wondering who should get boosters and who shouldn't, depending on if they're postpartum or lactating or not. So it's a bit of a complicated question, admittedly. But the general feeling was that given the severe disease that we are seeing and the fact that many of the pregnant individuals were in the earliest wave of vaccinees, that considerations of boosters is something that ACOG is in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, I'm going to apologize, Dr. Duchin and all of our liaison colleagues have been waiting patiently. I'm just going to jump in really quickly as a member and just provide comment. Many of my colleagues already brought up the issues I wanted to raise, but I wanted to take a closer look at slide 12, if possible, on Dr. Oliver's presentation, which shows the age-adjusted weekly COVID-19 associated hospitalization rates, if you're able to pull that up. I just wanted to point out what she mentioned, which is the vaccinated, slide 12, sorry. the vaccinated versus unvaccinated for the 50 to 64-year-olds. Although it is 22 times higher compared to 13 times higher for the 65 and older, the baseline rates of hospitalization are higher in the 50 to 64-year-olds, likely due to additional medical conditions. And so in particular, I wanted to, upvote some of the considerations brought together by my colleagues around 50 to 64, having attention to that group, not only from an access perspective, an equity perspective, but also just from a risk perspective and the potential risk for severe disease. If you can get to slide 12, but it's okay. I've made my point. It's all right. I think I will just move on. And if you can keep it to a minute or less, because what I would like to do is head us towards a break so that our team can work on revised voting language and then bring it back for discussion. So we will ask our liaison members to provide comment. Dr. Duchin first.
Thank you. I will never delay the break. I just want to highlight the equity issue that's illustrated in our own COVID net hospitalization data, where hospitalization rates among 50 to 64-year-old non-Hispanic American Indian or Alaska Native Black and Hispanic or Latino people are higher than those among non-Hispanic whites and Asian Pacific Islanders who are 65 years of age and older. So there really are younger people, non-white populations have higher hospitalization rates than white and Asians who are in the 65 and older group. Secondly, in the context of the third dose for immunocompromised persons, we have clinical consideration language that sets a rather high bar for defining who's immunocompromised. And if we're going to look at a recommendation for people with underlying medical conditions, I encourage ACIP to be clear about what is being considered to be an immunocompromising condition. I imagine it will not be such a high bar. And then finally, from the public health, local public health perspective, despite the wicked complexity of this problem, we really do need simplicity in the guidance for implementation success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duchin. Ms. Howell.
Yes, thank you, Molly Howell with the Association of Immunization Managers. I again wanted to echo the need for simplicity, including if option number 2 is chosen, allowing people to be able to self-report if they have an underlying condition and go to large vaccination clinics and not require any proof or prescription. I also do believe that, yes, we need to get more unvaccinated vaccinated, but there are many local areas that have a large proportion of the population unvaccinated and are struggling with healthcare worker infrastructure. And policy question number 3 and the decision could significantly assist healthcare worker infrastructure in areas that have large populations that are unvaccinated and experiencing outbreaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Dr. Goldman.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I'll be as brief as possible. And Dr. Dooling, Dr. Oliver, great presentation as always. As usual, Dr. Long kind of reads my mind. I'm really concerned about all of these recommendations because I don't know that we really have the overwhelming evidence to recommend them compared to the great benefits of the primary series that we already have. And this is the disease of the unvaccinated. What I'm really concerned about from a boots on the ground perspective is the unintended consequences of policy questions 2 and 3, and that if they are implemented may be completely irrelevant and superfluous. Because what we're already seeing now, as soon as the Biden administration advised that boosters were going to be a guarantee, I have patients who have already gotten vaccinated with a booster dose without anyone asking why. Pharmacies and other vaccinators were giving it to patients without any reason whatsoever. So the concern is from equity is that if we put this in place and require some type of certification from a physician, patients who have diseases who can't get into physicians because they are already in a health disparity situation and can't get into a doctor to get a form signed to get a vaccine won't get the booster. Or if we don't require anything, then people are just going to go and get vaccines without any reason and, for lack of a better term, misrepresent their underlying conditions just to get a booster. So I think 2 and 3 are fraught with peril. They'll be superfluous and they'll create great inequities and problems with implementation. So I'm really concerned about the data for boosters in general, but especially about 2 and 3. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Goldman. Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Lee. This is Nirek Shaw. I'm speaking on behalf of state and territorial health officials in my capacity as president of ASTO. And over the past few weeks, we've had a chance to speak with and get the pulse from state health officials across the country in connection with boosters and the rollout, and 2 prevailing themes have emerged. The first is in connection with policy question number 1, and that's a topic that's been covered, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it, which is some permissive allowance for use of a mix and match strategy, particularly in long-term care facilities. Boosters will be peaking around the same time that our various states' vaccination forces will be asked and pressed into service to provide first shots for example, children 5 to 11, to say nothing of flu shots and other healthcare needs. Having to go back to a healthcare facility or long-term care facility in a few weeks to pick up those who received Moderna will pose a significant operational challenge. I recognize Dr. Fink and others note that we don't have definitive randomized controlled trial data on the efficacy of mixing and matching. State health officials would request that as ACIP has done with respect to severely immunocompromised, making an allowance for a preference for the same vaccine, but if not possible, to allow the mix and match approach. I recognize we don't have all the data, but we don't think that should be taken to mean we're tabula rasa. Directionally, we have good reason to believe that the mix and match strategy will be applicable. The second observation from state health officials is for extreme clarity, as Dr. Duchin and Claire mentioned a moment ago, and Molly, particularly on policy questions 2 and 3, the language here, while I see it on the screen and understand it, in practice will leave open a lot of questions. For example, the US CDC has 4 tiers for the risk of COVID for underlying medical conditions. Will it be all 4 of those tiers, or will it only be certain of them? If it is indeed all 4 tiers, that includes, for example, those who are overweight, which is about 73% of the population. If the intention is for boosters to be somewhat narrowly construed to only those over 18 to 64, if we include all 4 of those tiers, we'll soon get to a point where overweight plus coronary artery disease plus hypertension means that policy question 2 encompasses most of the population. Similarly, clarity around number 3 with respect to which occupations and which settings, that type of clarity will help avoid the patchwork of different states taking different policy approaches that we saw earlier with respect to the primary series. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee.
Thank you so much. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you so much. I agree with many of the comments that have been made already about policy question 1. I'm going to skip over 2. I really want to talk about 3 and the issue of health equity, because I do think that when we talk about equity, I think, especially for underrepresented minorities, the implication here, I think, is that really the risk is for underlying medical conditions in this population. And frankly, the vast majority of the data around frontline workers who are not healthcare workers primarily, but who work in settings that put them at risk, that may not have the same ability to be protected by PPE and other practices that we have in healthcare settings, for example, first responders, et cetera, and who are also early in the rollout, as well as people who in these frontline settings, such as frontline food workers, et cetera, who live in communities at higher risk, are going to be in and of themselves at higher, overrepresented in high-risk groups. And we've already seen those hospitalization data. We know that household density, living conditions, et cetera, for these individuals are already the risk. It's clearly not a biological driver that we're talking about for underrepresented minorities. It's really about social determinants of health. And I think if we look at the data around hospitalization and death, which I think is what the point of boosters or primary vaccines were, this is driving the pandemic overall, in addition to unvaccinated people. So those vaccinated people who are in these high-risk groups and won't have access to boosters is going to further the inequity in those populations. So I'd like to just make a case for considering underrepresented minority groups who are primarily overrepresented in lower socioeconomic groups that may drive risk of transmission for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Dr. Weiser from the Indian Health Service.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Lee. This is Dr. Weiser from Indian Health Service. We really appreciate the comments by Dr. Maldonado, Dr. Brooks, and Dr. Daly and others regarding booster doses and the impact in severe disease in minority populations, especially those under the age of 65. And despite the lack of data on waning of the vaccine in these populations, we do have evidence of severe disease occurring at younger ages in these populations, as we heard earlier from Dr. Duchin. Option 2 will give our clinicians the flexibility to provide booster doses to patients who are medically fragile, as someone recently put it, and have multiple medical conditions that put them at high risk for severe disease. Regarding feasibility, as the earlier presentation showed, the American Indian Last Native population have a high uptake, the highest uptake of COVID vaccination. And many of these vaccines were delivered in our IHS, tribal or urban Indian health organization clinics. Some, but not all. And those that were going to our facilities also have a place that they can go where their medical history is known. And so we can understand those who are most at risk and might need a booster dose, and that increases the feasibility in our situation. And I suspect that the population that is accessing federally qualified health centers would also receive similar care in a similar setting where their medical history is known, and they can actually receive the booster doses in a place where they might know their primary care provider and be able to discuss whether or not they want to receive a booster dose. I think that in our population, booster doses would be very welcome, and we have a proven track record for feasibility in distributing those doses. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Dr. Weiser. Sandra, Dr. Freihofer?
Sandra Freihofer, American Medical Association, speaking as a practicing physician. I really urge the ACIP members to vote for a permissive use. As Dr. Fink said, the statutory requirement is that the booster may be effective to prevent serious disease or condition. There's so much evidence and so much data that's coming in every day, but physicians like myself who care for patients with multiple medical problems need flexibility in being able to recommend for a booster for patients. In recommendation number 1, it says over 65 and long-term care facility residents. Well, there are many patients that could be in a long-term care facility that aren't 65, but they might live at home. And if you don't give flexibility, you are going to be depriving these patients in need of something that could save their life. I understand the need, for making public health decisions, but this is a vaccine that's been paid for by our government with our tax dollars. And there are patients out there whose vaccine effectiveness is decreasing, who have multiple medical problems, that if they get sick, they are very likely going to be some of the ones that die. And when we talk about control and you can do this and you cannot do this, that there's so much about this pandemic that's out of control. When we go out in a public setting, we can't make someone wear a mask. We can't control everything that happens. And I think making vaccine available to those that want to get a booster, it's a way of supporting the people that have chosen to be fully vaccinated and appreciating the fact that they want to maintain their protection against this deadly disease.
Thanks, Dr. Freihofer. This is Dr. Cohn. I just want to lay out the next little bit because I think our meeting was supposed to be over at 3:30 and I do not believe it will be. So we are going to take the hands that are up right now. So it's going to go Dr. Talbot, Dr. Daly, and Dr. Dries. And then we are going to take a break. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. And then we're coming back. We have been taking all of your input and have some proposed language for a series of votes that we will present. And then we will open it up for discussion again at that time. But I just wanted to tell you where we were going, and we will take the next 3 comments. Dr. Talbot?
Yeah, so mine's actually, I think in all reality, is that almost every American is at risk. We either are obese or have a medical problem, or if we don't have high risk, we live with someone who's high risk, or we teach a group of kids that aren't eligible to get vaccine yet. So I know that there are very specific caveats that the FDA gave, but in some ways, it may make more sense just to make it permissive for the U.S. population. And that way, patients can have conversations with their providers or their pharmacists to really kind of think through those risks. Now, I say that knowing that this is not going to be the way that we stop hospitalizations by any stretch of the imagination. But for those who have been vaccinated, who've done their part and live with someone who's at high risk or who's immunocompromised or who's older or who they want to visit their loved one in the nursing home, whatever it may be, you know, I think in some ways it may be okay to say if you're over 18 years of age and you would like a 3rd dose, fine. Because almost everyone in the U.S. could fall under one of these categories. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Talbot. Dr. Daly.
Yeah, thanks so much. I wanted to make a couple broad overarching comments before we got to the next stage of this conversation. So one point, one question that I've been asked in the last week or two is do the recommendations that we make today reflect who we value in society? And so I just want to be very clear in stating that they most certainly do not. The goal is to prevent serious illness and COVID-19 from anyone in the country, for everyone in the country. So this isn't about who deserves a booster, but it's about who needs a booster. And so I just want to state explicitly that if you're in a group for whom booster doses aren't universally recommended today, it's critically important for you to recommend that the reason a booster isn't recommended for you today is because the vaccine's effectiveness against serious outcomes is already very high for those who've gotten the primary series. And then the second thing I want to reiterate, and this is a point that Beth Bell has made often that I feel like bears repeating, the decisions that we're going to make are decisions for today. And they really can and will and should be readdressed as the circumstances and as the data warrant. So in other words, these are interim recommendations. For example, you know, I'm very concerned and frustrated about sort of inability to explicitly address heterologous vaccination today or mix and match, but hopefully we can address that very soon. So again, everyone is valued, and if you're not in a group for whom boosters are universally recommended, it's really because we think you're well protected. And then the decisions we're making today are for today only, and they'll be reevaluated as circumstances change. Thank you.
Dr. Daly, I will reiterate that when we come back and see language for consideration for voting on, you will see that we're calling these interim recommendations to address that exact issue, that this is for the present moment and this will change. I'm hoping that they will change without 2-day meetings every time, but we will be, this is an ever-evolving situation. Dr. Dries?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to state that I appreciate the fact that 2 doses are still considered to be fully vaccinated, rather than require, you know, for healthcare workers in particular, rather than stating that you need the booster dose as well, because I think that gives employers some flexibility as to whether to also require a 3rd dose or not. And I agree. I think, you know, we're at the point now where, you know, our staffing is very stretched, and we don't have the resources to do the mass vaccination clinics that we did in December and January for our healthcare staff. And so I think, similar to Dr. Daly's comments just before, the data really support, lowering of protection for Pfizer, and that may change for the others as well. But I think starting with Pfizer certainly makes sense and is more manageable from a resource setting. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Dries. And in the 30 seconds before we take a break, I just want to reiterate a couple of things. One, I just want to say that supply for Pfizer vaccine is not an issue right now. I know that that issue came up and I meant to address it earlier. There is plenty of supply to both continue to give the primary series as well as the booster dose for Pfizer. The question around capacity and whether or not this will, offering vaccine will potentially push out other people who still need to get the primary series. The first priority will continue to be on getting people their primary series, regardless of how the votes go today. And I just want to reassure everyone on the phone of that. And then finally, I will say, I think one of the important communication messages as you can think about when considering this is that not everybody will need a booster at 6 months. The language in the FDA EUA says you can get it at any time after 6 months. But protection starts to wane, but people are still very protected. And many people may choose to get a booster dose at 9 months or 10 months or 8 months or 7 months. So I think that some of this will be communicating the importance of this, that people are still very protected with the first 2 doses. And this is potentially an opportunity, depending on how you vote, for additional protection. But it's not, it won't be protection that everybody needs next week. So I will end there and we will take a break. And we will come back at 3:45.
All right, well, as usual, I don't get that break, but we do catch a break on catching what they're doing. So this aircraft, when it departed out earlier down here and started heading up towards Washington, D.C., somebody asked, where do you think it's going? And it did have a trajectory like it was going to D.C. That would have been a flight path to take up there. However, it's a little different than a normal Coast Guard flight, and we're going to do a comparison here side by side so you can see what I'm talking about. So in your upper right-hand screen, this aircraft departed out of El Paso. Now, before departing out of El Paso, it was actually down here in Del Rio and had came out of San Antonio. Okay, so and I got stuff going on in my headset here while I'm trying to talk to you guys. Sorry. Anyway, it was down here in Del Rio. So it flew into Del Rio, picked up a load, flew them up here to El Paso, and then dropped them off over here on the tarmac next to the Border Patrol here, which is what they've been doing for days now. Then took off from there, and we see the flight path coming out, but it's not a direct flight. Note the changes in the angle of the flight. So there, when you go in upon closer inspection, what do you see when you see these changes in flight characteristics here is they are flying from airport to airport along the route here. Okay, so they're trying to stay, and especially when you get up here and you start looking at Dallas, Fort Worth, and then all the additional airports that they are flying by, they're flying like a commercial airliner. They're also flying at 31,000 feet. So to fly this distance, they need to get that high. It's much more efficient, way less drag on the aircraft. But they're flying from airport to airport just like a commercial airliner would. with passengers on board. Now, what's the difference here? Well, we'll show you here, and I think they're going to head into Elizabeth City myself now that they've turned over here. Until they got to Nashville, I thought they were going to D.C., but they're not. Now it looks like to me they're going to Elizabeth City over here, but we'll see. Now, I want to jump over to the other aircraft and show you the difference here. So when we go over to this aircraft's sister, the one we were just looking at, is U.S. Coast Guard 2003, and this is its twin sister, 2004. And you'll notice that there's a kink in 2003's flight path here, and you'll see that all the way up through here as it jogs around. I don't think you're going to see that here. I think this is just a crewed flight, so only the air crew of the aircraft is on board, so they don't have to go from airport to airport, and this will be a direct heading straight down here to San Antonio. And they'll land down here at San Antonio and go to either a hangar over here or a hangar over here. But we'll see which one it goes to. So we're going to keep an eye on it in real time as it makes its way. And I'm going to zoom out our map here a little bit so that we can keep El Paso and the sites there as well. So let me move this up here to get back out of our break because I want to bring that to you guys. And we should be on the other side of the break here. So I'll be back. It was my sister calling.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. We are in process of uploading the slides. Oh, that was faster than I thought. Dr. Oliver is going to run through, in order to address all of the concerns of the committee and our liaisons, we wanted to make sure that we had the best possible set of recommendations moving forward. We recognize there's going to be limitations to all of this and within the constraints of the FDA EUA, but I will just say that we are going to try and take a series of staged votes. Dr. Oliver will walk through the thinking behind the votes. We'll open it up for a brief discussion, and we'll kind of walk through the votes one by one and do our best to be out soon.
Yes, and I'm going to add to Dr. Lee's comments that we can remember that we're voting on the intent, and some of the language can be wordsmithed after votes as we're working on finalizing language before. And I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Oliver.
Thanks so much. Next slide. So this is just a reminder of the type of recommendations that ECIP can make today. Next slide. Oh, next slide. Okay. So the first vote that we will propose today, language is a single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended for persons aged 65 years of age and over and long-term care facility residents at least 6 months after the primary series under FDA's emergency use authorization. That was the policy question number 1 that we discussed. Next slide. We heard support potentially for a full recommendation for those 50 to 64 with underlying medical conditions. So this is another option. A single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended for persons aged 50 to 64 years with underlying medical conditions at least 6 months after the primary series under the FDA's emergency use authorization. Next slide. Then based on discussions, we have this is the vote 3, a single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended for persons based on individual benefit and risk who are aged 18 to 49 years with underlying medical conditions at least 6 months after the primary series under the FDA's emergency use authorization. Based on the results of vote 2, the ages included in this could be adjusted if needed. The next slide. The fourth vote that we have proposed is a single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended based on individual benefit and risk for persons aged 18 to 64 years who are in an occupational or institutional setting where the burden of COVID-19 infection and risk of transmission are high, at least 6 months after the primary series and under FDA's emergency use authorization. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Lee to facilitate discussions around the proposed language for these votes.
Sure. I think at this point, are there any, are there any voting members who wish to make any comments about any particular one of these votes, recognizing we're going to go through this series of them, and so we can have the opportunity to discuss a little bit more. Dr. Long?
Clarifying question. None of the recommendations say anything other than after the primary series. Does this, it should say, if you mean it, primary series of Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, or are we going to have a separate vote about mixing and matching?
Thank you.
I wouldn't be able to vote with this on any of these without that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Long. For simplicity, we are focusing on the vote language to make sure we have the language correct. Implied would be after a primary series.
And just to clarify even more, implied is a primary series after the Pfizer vaccine. We are not voting on mix and match today, and I know everybody, we've heard your voices loud and clear, and but today this is the question at hand, and we will come back soon with other questions.
Any other clarifying questions, Dr. Lair?
I don't see any comments or votes about a permissive language. Would those come if some of these votes didn't pass?
If you go back to number 3 and number 4, so thank you for asking the question. Dr. Cohn briefly described the history of what used to be known as Category B, what used to be known as permissive, what used to be known as shared clinical decision-making. And in this ETR framework, we have adapted it to instead specify individual benefit and risk. And we can go through some of the history and the methods around that, but I think it was meant to be that middle category for both vote 3 and vote 4.
And this is Dr. Oliver. I'll clarify. For this vote 3, the age is for the vote 3 will be based on the outcome potentially of vote 2. So there could be fluctuation based on, you know, how the progression of the votes go.
Did that clarify, Dr. Lair?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. I think what I'd like to do actually is ask Ms. Hayes, is there a clarifying question you have?
Yes. I'm curious why the language says 18 and over in the options 2, 3, and 4 when the BioNTech vaccine is approved for people 16 and over. So was there a rationale for upping it to 18?
Yes, so the EUA for the booster dose is actually 18 years of age and up. That is the reason why we're saying 18 and not 16.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'd like to do is ask if any of our voting members would like to, let's go back to vote 1, thank you, would like to make a motion you know, before we move to a vote, we will give the voting members an opportunity to discuss the motion on the table. So, Dr. Alt?
I move that we accept the language on this slide for vote number 1.
Thank you, Dr. Alt. Would anybody like to second? Dr. Paling?
I would like to second that vote.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded that we adopt the recommendation language presented here for vote 1, which is a single Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended for persons 65 years and older and long-term care facility residents at least 6 months after the primary series under the FDA's EUA. Before we move to a vote, I'll invite our voting members to discuss the motion on the table. Are there any additional questions or issues the committee would like to discuss before this vote? Dr. Lair.
A small point, but I'm very sure I'm going to get questions when they ask about primary series. So I suggest that we do what was recommended by saying primary series of Pfizer BioNTech, that other people won't be confused.
Thank you, Dr. Lear. We'll make sure that that is clear in our overall language surrounding these votes.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll assume the committee's ready for a vote on the motion on the table. Assuming there are no objections, I am going to ask our ECIP members to please state your name, whether you have a conflict of interest, and then your vote. We are going to start in alphabetical order this time going forward. I won't confuse anyone. Dr. Alt.
Are we videoing? Yeah.
Apologies. Thank you. If everyone could put your video on.
Dr. Lee, do you want me to go ahead?
Dr. Alt, that would be wonderful. Your name and conflict of interest in your vote.
Alt, no conflicts, yes.
Ms. Bata?
Bata, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Bell?
Bell, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Brooks?
Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Chen?
Gilbert Chen, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sineas?
Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Daly?
Daly, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cotton?
Camille Cotton, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair?
Jamie Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Long?
Sorry. Dr. Long, no conflict, yes.
Ms. McNally?
McNally, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Paling?
Healing, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sanchez?
Sanchez, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Talbot?
Talbot, no conflicts, yes.
And Lee, no conflicts, yes. So there are 15 who voted yes, 0 no's. The ayes have it, and I believe the recommendation is adopted. Dr. Cohn?
Yes, this motion passed 15-0.
Okay, thank you. Are there any brief comments any committee members would like to make on this particular issue? Okay, great. I've just been asked to move all the comments to the end, so we're going to go through the votes, but we will have an opportunity to discuss the vote on the table. Let's move to ACIP vote number 2. Okay. Vote number 2 is up on the screen. Are there any members who wish to make a motion for vote number 2? Dr. Paling.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt as is written. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paling. There's a motion on the table. Would anybody like to second it? Dr. Daly.
I second the motion as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. So this motion for vote number 2 has been moved and seconded, that we adopt the recommendation language presented here. A single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended for persons aged 50 to 64 years with underlying medical conditions at least 6 months after the primary series under the FDA's EUA. Would any committee members like to raise any issues or have any further discussion for this particular vote on the table? And there are no hands raised. I will assume the committee is ready to vote on the motion. Are there any objections to proceeding with the vote? Okay. We will move forward. ACIP members, please again state your name, whether you have a conflict, and then your vote. So we'll start with Dr. Alt again.
Alt, no conflict, yes.
Ms. Bata?
Bata, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Bell?
Bell, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Brooks?
Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen?
Chen, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sineas?
Sineas, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Daly?
Daily, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cotton?
Cotton, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Lair?
Lair, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Long?
Long, no conflict, no.
Ms. McNally?
McNally, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Peeling?
Feeling, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sanchez?
Sanchez, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Talbot?
Talbot, no conflicts, yes.
And Lee, no conflicts, yes. So I count that there are 13 yeses and 2 nos. And the ayes have it, and I believe this recommendation is adopted. Dr. Cohn?
Yes, the motion passes.
Okay. All right. We are trying to work through the votes and the discussion that needs to take place. We are going to, since vote 2 has passed, vote number 3 has been put up on the table, and I promise there will be discussion. I just want to make sure we capture all the committee members, as I know some might have to leave near the end of the session, so I want to make sure we get through the votes and that everyone's opinion is heard. So are there any committee members who wish to put forward the motion that is written on the screen there for vote number 3?
This is Brooks. I move to approve or put on for a vote ACIP vote number 3 on our recommendation as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Do I have a second? Dr. Alt?
I'll second Dr. Brooks' motion.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded that we adopt the recommendation for vote number 3 listed above. Just going to hit the highlights that it's recommended for persons based on individual benefit and risk who are aged 18 to 49 years with underlying medical conditions. And the remainder of the text remains the same. We are going to go through once again. Oh, I apologize. Yes. Thank you. Are there any comments or discussion that we need to have regarding this particular vote?
I just have a clarifying question.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a recommendation or a permissive or whatever language we're currently using for permissive? Thank you.
Dr. Oliver, do you mind putting up that middle slide, that slide with the gradient?
Back to the first slide. While we're pulling that up, in short, the intent of this recommendation is that middle category, what we called permissive, but we know that that can be a challenging word, and so we're calling it an individual, depending on an individual's risk and benefit.
Yes, the balance of benefits and risk in that middle category is the language, the intent of this vote, and we'll make sure that that is what is communicated if this passes.
Dr. Cotton?
Could you just elaborate on the difference between, is this shared decision making? And if so, is that the intent, or is this not shared decision making?
Thanks, Dr. Cotton. Part of this is it is the shared clinical decision making kind of as ACIP typically uses. We know, and the work group had many discussions around this, that in the setting of COVID vaccines, many of these are not necessarily happening in a provider's office where everybody is having kind of that shared decision-making discussion. And so that was one of the reasons that the language changed slightly to kind of this individual benefit and risk, that there may be a lot of factors that go into it, but the onus is not on the individual to have a discussion with a provider, necessarily before they fall there. So some of this is just the unique setting and the acknowledgement that, the COVID vaccine program and time right now is just a little bit different than it has been in the past. But yes, it is kind of the framework structure that the shared clinical decision making has been built on in the past.
Are there any further questions or clarifications needed? Dr. Daly.
Yeah, could you put back up that slide again? Sorry, the one that we just had up with. So, to be honest, I've struggled with this, and I think I realize that one of the reasons I struggled with it is because there's just a great deal more uncertainty here. And so then in that context, I appreciate that the members of the ACIP have a varying range of opinions about this. I think for me, I do think there's individuals who are 18 to 49, for example, a 35-year-old with cystic fibrosis who may benefit from a booster. And so I'm trying to keep that in mind, but I recognize that fortunately, the primary series is providing good effectiveness, and there's a lot more uncertainty here. Over.
Dr. Long?
I reflect that thought of Dr. Daly's, and also I don't know, I hope everybody has seen what I think I saw as we went through, that there was, as we went down in age, having no data that those who have underlying medical conditions have a more rapid wane, especially in very young individuals, and knowing that the risk of myopericarditis in the 18-year-old age group is substantial. I agree that this is not a simple decision, and I know everybody takes this at least as seriously as I do. I didn't mean that, but we got so taken up with discussing some of the other things. I don't think we really talked about this. The 50 was suggested, and we didn't really talk about those younger much. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bell?
Oh, yeah. A sort of a question clarification and a suggestion. The question clarification is, if I understood Dr. Cohn correctly a few minutes ago before our break, if ACIP does not make some sort of recommendation for whatever, the vaccine is actually not available to anyone because this is under an EUA. In other words, with a BLA approval, anybody can go get a vaccine, even if it's not recommended by ACIP. But in this situation, if we do not make some sort of recommendation that for a population, then the vaccine is actually not available to that population as a booster. Is that correct?
So given, I hope I'm saying this correctly, but given the, because of the PrEP Act and the fact that this vaccine is being covered by the PrEP Act under, and is both an EUA and is and this is a government program, so it's all public vaccine. That means that providers have been, the providers are bound to provide the vaccine under the EUA using ACIP's recommendations. So if the committee voted no, there would certainly be it would be challenging to sort out the implications with a different FDA age for approval for authorization versus an ACIP recommendation. However, if the committee does vote no, this is also an interim recommendation that can be come back to in the future, which could be, a couple of weeks away when there's more data. If so it that shouldn't drive your vote, is what I'm saying, but it could limit access.
Okay, thank you. And then, is there a time in this whole process where, if we wanted to, for this particular recommendation now on the table, amend the age group recommended, for example, say age 30 or something like that rather than 18? We don't do that now, right? We have to vote on this, and then we would go back if there was some interest in doing that. Is that right?
If there was an interest in amending this to start at age 30, for example, somebody could put an amendment on the table, and if that was seconded, what we would do is vote on the amendment first. And so we would vote to decide if you were going to change that 18 to age 30. If somebody didn't put an amendment on the table to vote on, then we would vote this language as is. And if it was a no vote, we could then put a separate a vote on the table to change the age as well. So there's two different ways to consider changing the age group.
Dr. Bell, is there anything else?
I'm hesitating about making an amendment that just complicates things further. So I think maybe I'll just be quiet for now.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions and for clarifying for all of us. Are there any other questions or issues people would like to discuss before we move to a vote? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I'm going to go back to our ACIP members. As a reminder, your name, conflict of interest, and then your vote. Dr. Alt.
Alt, no conflict, yes.
Ms. Bata.
Bata, no conflict, no.
Dr. Bell.
Bell, no conflict, no.
Okay. Dr. Brooks.
Brooks, no conflict, yes.
Okay. Dr. Chen.
Chen, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sineas.
Sineas, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Daly.
Daly, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Cotton.
Cotton, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Lair.
Lair, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Long.
Long, no conflict, no.
Ms. McNally.
McNally, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Paling.
Paling, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Sanchez.
Sanchez, no conflict. No.
Could you restate that, please, Dr. Sanchez?
Oh, I'm really torn.
Okay.
So Sanchez, no conflict, no.
Okay, no. Dr. Talbot.
Talbot, no conflict, yes.
Lee, no conflicts, yes. So I count 9 yes and 6 no's. So the ayes have it, and this recommendation is adopted.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Cohn, we'll move on to vote number 4. All right. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm going to read this one because this is actually the one I think that required the most consideration or brought up the most discussion. So the ACIP vote number 4, a single Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine booster dose is recommended based on individual benefit and risk for persons aged 18 to 64 years who are in an occupational or institutional setting where the burden of COVID-19 infection and risk of transmission are high, at least 6 months after the primary series under the FDA's EUA. So, would any of our voting members like to make a motion? Dr. Long. I think you're still muted, Dr. Long.
Dr. Long, you're still muted.
I do not choose to make a motion.
Okay. Dr. Alt?
I move that we accept language on this slide.
Okay. And Dr. Long, we will come back to you. Is there a second for the motion on the table?
Camille Cotton, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded that we adopt the recommendation language presented by the work group. Before we move to a vote, I'll ask our voting members to discuss the motion on the table. And Dr. Long, I'm going to go back to you first.
Yes, I expected in the language for persons who are at occupational institutional risk, who are themselves at risk of severe disease. That's what the FDA said.
So given the many other...
Individual benefit and risk doesn't quite do it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Long. Are there any other comments or discussion? Dr. Fink, would you like to respond?
Sure. Maybe I can try to clarify that a bit further. So what the bullet in the authorization population speaks to is a risk of serious outcomes of COVID, which include severe COVID, but are not limited to severe COVID. And that risk is a function of frequent exposure to the virus that cannot be avoided.
So I just want to add that we proposed this language to take into account some of the other additional considerations that ACIP can consider that FDA doesn't consider, such as workforce capacity and other things such as frequent exposure to unvaccinated persons or in places or settings where there's not other social mitigation methods. So it's still an individual choice or decision around getting vaccinated, but it is in these settings where there could be increased exposure and a high burden of COVID infection due to their occupational or institutional setting.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Dr. Paling.
So I want to ask a clarifying question. So persons that work in or are incarcerated, they would have a choice to get a booster if they were received Pfizer more than 6 months ago. Is that the intent of this?
Yes. So that would be included in the intent of this recommendation.
Dr. Dooling will comment just briefly. She wanted to go over the examples that were given in her slide.
Sure. Just to refresh your memory, this risk-based group, which includes occupation or setting, was for people 18 and older. And included fully vaccinated persons who might be at risk of SARS infection due to occupation or setting, or absence from occupation due to infection. And the examples that were given were essential workers, both frontline and non-frontline, unpaid caregivers to frail or immunocompromised persons, paid or unpaid workers who interact with people within 6 feet in the course of their jobs, and people who live in congregate settings such as homeless shelter or correctional facilities.
Thank you. And actually, there was another question. We just want to clarify that ACIP vote number 4 is focused on that middle box of that gradient. So this is individual benefit and risk. Similar to our prior shared decision-making recommendations, AKA Category B, AKA permissive, but we are focusing on individual benefit risk balance here. Are there any other, Dr. Long?
Yeah, I'd just like to say again that well, now that I've heard others speak, I think it's just so open-ended in the way it is stated that, again, we have people who, somebody mentioned you're 18 years old and you work in a shelter. Well, you've been vaccinated. I mean, these are not unvaccinated people. These are properly vaccinated people. We know that their risk of breakthrough is very low. We know that their likelihood of being severely ill is very low. And we know that these are groups at which there is some unknown risk of adverse events associated with the vaccine. So I think this one is an extremely slippery slope that is very difficult to interpret. I know all the practitioners in the group will just say, you just give it to everything, because who isn't exposed to the community that you might consider that at risk, or who might be anxious about it and there's no risk. It just seems uncharacteristically openly ended for the lack of data of need in any of these groups.
Dr. Sanchez?
Thank you. I really want to echo Dr. Long's comments as well. I mean, we might as well just give it to everybody 18 and over, or just walk, and anybody who walks in and says, hey, let's just give it. And I think we have a really effective vaccine, and it's like saying that it's not working, and it is working. And so certainly some higher risk individuals who do have some waning immunity with time, yes. But I just think that we're really going to almost like, if you want to just take a third dose. And so I am concerned about this.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez and Dr. Long. I'm actually going to just chime in to state that I very much want to emphasize, especially to our clinicians and to the public, that the benefit risk balance really is individualized. In particular, we have discussed previously the risk of myocarditis following vaccination, and there are many uncertainties around that. And so I do want to make sure that if individuals choose to receive an additional dose, that they really do weigh those benefits and risks to themselves, particularly if you're younger and if you are male, for example, receiving an mRNA vaccine. I will also say, though, that there are many individuals, patients, and scenarios where I do believe access would be helpful to individuals and their families. And so I also feel very torn about this, but I am in favor of it, in part because I feel like in this case, access, outstanding patient education, public education, provider education is needed. If we can do all of this together, then it does preserve access for individuals who may be at risk. Dr. Brooks.
Yes, and I apologize if there's ambient noise. I speak in favor of the motion. Everything that everyone said thus far has been basically true. I believe that this is the conundrum that we have. These are difficult decisions. So therefore, it is an individual benefit and risk determination that is made. So if you're 18 and you work in a shelter, but you feel you need a booster, then that's the individual decision. I don't believe everyone that's 18 that works in the shelter is going to go get a booster. But there may be someone that is 64 that works in a shelter and says yes. So I think the language speaks to everything that people are saying. So it's a difficult decision, but that's where we are right now in this pandemic. So it allows for all the variety of discussion positions that have been stated.
Thank you. Dr. Cotton?
I just wanted to highlight that I understand that this is a huge category of people. Nonetheless, I think it may be one of the ways in which we can better protect the estimated 3% of U.S. population that is immunocompromised who are at higher risk may not be well protected even after a third dose of vaccine. And better protecting the people around them may help protect them. We call it cocooning the patient is a common concept. So if we protect the people around them as best we can, that may be one of the better methods to protect the immunocompromised. Thank you.
This is Dr. Cohn. I just want to make one more comment before you all vote, which is just to remind everyone, and we talked a lot about this yesterday, but haven't really come back to it today, that vaccine safety is really is our top priority. And as individuals get boosters, we will come back to ACIP with vaccine safety data in the very near future. And if there are any concerning signals or increased risk of myocarditis in persons who received this, who are younger, we will immediately bring that data to you and for your consideration. So I just wanted to reassure everyone that just like during our original rollout, vaccine safety will remain our top priority.
Dr. Sanchez, did you still have your hands raised, or did you want to make another comment?
Yes, yeah, thanks, Dr. Lee. I just wanted to, two things. First of all, I'm not sure that this takes into effect the cocooning effect, at least for pediatric patients, because those parents may not be in, or whoever the caregiver may not be in an occupational or institutional setting. So I think that there is a little bit more, and certainly I would agree with the cocooning effect, but I'm not sure that this really takes that into account. But the other thing is that with a lot of the vaccine mandates that are being proposed and implemented, including healthcare places, I do think it's going to be important if this does pass about the fact that a fully vaccinated person has received, it's not a booster dose included in there. Because I think that is going to be very problematic if we don't ascertain that.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez and Dr. Cotton. I actually agree with you very much, taking care of some pediatric patients who have really suffered from severe COVID complications. Dr. Cohn, my question to you is, do we need to leave the word institutional in there, or can we say occupational or setting where the burden of COVID infection and risk of transmission is high?
We could change the language, and this would be wordsmithing and not substantially different, to say recommended based on individual benefit and risk for persons aged 18 to 64 who are in an occupation or setting where the burden of COVID-19 infection and the risk of transmission are high. That language, we would have to go back. I think we can vote on that language if that's what people prefer. We would have to go back and make sure that is well aligned with the FDA authorization, so we might have to wordsmith some additionally. But if that's the intent, to be more expansive with that setting and not just in institutions, but in some of the settings, other types of settings you've raised, we can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Sanchez and Dr. Cotton. Would that address the concern?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Long, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to be absolutely clear. As I understand this, and as I understood Dr. Fink, we will be expanding on the FDA approval. And I understand that we can do that, but it is very unusual that we let light shine between the FDA and the CDC in the expansion department. So this does not include at all the requirement, as I understand it, for risk of severe COVID disease. When one just says individual benefit, 18-year-old is anxious, we're not protecting, we're not providing anything extra for that individual in the benefit department, except for maybe relief of anxiety, but we are providing risk. And I just think that's very unusual for us to do, to let individuals decide on vaccine policy. I'm not going to say any more.
Dr. Long, you can always speak up. Understood. I do think that there has to be some reconciliation that will happen. I do think, though, what we would like to do, or what I would like to do, is make sure we vote the intent. And then we would seek additional guidance from our CDC and FDA colleagues to ensure that the intent is as written, but we will give some time to that. Dr. Cohn, do you want to follow up?
So to stay within the intent, I understand that this isn't addressing Dr. Long's concern about the high risk for severe COVID, but to stay within the intent, I would like to add back occupational or institutional setting, just so we're not expanding that word setting too much. And we will continue to, these recommendations will continue to evolve.
Dr. Duchin, did you have a comment?
Thank you. I was going to comment, but I think Dr. Cohn addressed my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McNally.
This is challenging because I think that we're making some assumptions about health literacy that may be problematic, and I think the implementation on this is going to be very challenging. Thank you.
I 100% agree with you, Ms. McNally. I know. I struggle between how much do we assume and enable or not enable access versus how much do we have to be able to move forward and put all the tools we can, which will never be enough out there, to ensure that everyone is fully educated on the benefits and the risks. Ms. Stinchfield.
Yes, Patsy Stinch from NetMap. I want to just add, in terms of implementation, the proof of your risk in a setting, a clinical setting, a public health setting, pharmacy, is next to impossible. Having done a lot of mass clinics, both for healthcare workers and in the community, to have someone have to go to their clinician and have a document of what their risk is and then bring that to a community vaccine setting, I think would be an undue stress on a very stressed out healthcare system right now.
Thank you for that comment. Approximately 70% of COVID vaccines are now given in the setting of a pharmacy. And as with primary series, any booster would require self-attestation and not any additional onus for documentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Chen.
Yeah, I was going to save these comments for after the vote, but I guess I wanted to share them now, which is that, I've been very uncomfortable with I guess, my own thinking through even vote number 3, and now more uncomfortable for vote number 4. We start moving into the territory where we're really not talking about direct benefit to the person who's being vaccinated. We're talking about indirect benefit to the people surrounding them. And we know that indirect benefit is largely to be gained by people getting their primary series, and it's not the answer to give them boosters, especially for this age group that doesn't have underlying medical conditions. They don't have predictors that would put them at the highest risk for severe effects with COVID infection. So I guess that's why, we start moving into this territory where I feel very uncomfortable about this. And again, I think we've already said this as well. The implementation part of this is going to be fraught with such complexity that basically the people who have great health literacy will get boosters. And they're not really the ones that are going to get best, incremental benefit out of this, nor indirect benefit for the people around them. It's still really the people who have not gotten vaccinated yet. So anyways, I'm just expressing my kind of uncomfortableness around this particular vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'm sure you are not alone in your discomfort. Dr. Dries.
Yeah, thank you. From a healthcare workforce perspective, I think while I agree with Dr. Long that most of these people are not at risk for severe disease, we do certainly see them getting infected at increasing rates this last month or so, even though they are fully vaccinated. And it's difficult to predict which ones will develop long COVID symptoms. And so I feel like, they've been on the front lines of this from the beginning. And even though we have PPE and they use their PPE to protect themselves, it's very frustrating and demoralizing for them to get COVID anyway. And again, there is still that personal risk we have had some severe cases, but also of long-term symptoms. So I think that it's reasonable to include them in this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Long.
Yes, I hear that, and I also understand the adults who stepped up and were immunized, and partially for their own protection, partially for that of their neighbors and citizens. But this is not the vaccine we have to do that. This vaccine will not reliably. We know people who have been infected 2 and 3 and 4 times already, or immunized and infected twice. So that disease is almost always mild, and in the younger age group would be very unusual if it weren't, if it led to hospitalization. So, our goal is to protect, I think, from death and to get everyone immunized so that we can use the vaccines that we have at hand to protect from severe morbidity and death, and then not have to worry about who has coronavirus, who can't go to school, and those kinds of things. So we have to do that with primary infection and prevention of the worst cases, which are, no doubt about it, going to be the most contagious. But I don't think this is the vaccine that I'm thinking is going to do anything to protect against acquisition or transmission for more than a couple of months, even the booster. So I agree with you. I just don't think we have the vaccine in hand. Thanks.
Thanks. I do want to just reflect that this is not an either-or vote. As I said before, I think the primary focus of public health should and will remain on the primary series, and there is ample supply. So I do appreciate all of those concerns, which are extremely important. But this vote is to allow an individual who is in one of these settings to make the decision to get vaccinated and have access to it, and shouldn't take away from our public health efforts, and won't, to increase the primary series.
Thank you. Dr. Shaw?
Thank you, Dr. Lee. I'll be brief, and my comments echo some of what has been said from a state health department, and dare I even try to speak for local health departments as well. From an implementation perspective, this will be exceedingly challenging. The analysis required to effectuate this recommendation proceeds along 2 axes. The first is the pros and cons of the individual benefit determination, and then secondarily, or in concert with that, the nature of the occupational and institutional risk. Many patients themselves may not know exactly what the components of the individual risk determination are, let alone their occupational risk. Even if the patient were to know that, the individual staffing the pharmacy that day or at the large-scale vaccination site may themselves not have the wherewithal to make that determination and effectuate it in the manner that the committee may intend. So from an implementation perspective, this would be exceedingly challenging. Even though I certainly agree with the public health spirit underlying it, from an implementation standpoint, this would be a lift and would result in the inevitable confusion and patchwork that we saw back in January and February.
Thank you. Dr. Zahn.
Yeah, so I guess following up with Dr. Shaw, I'll speak for the local public health standpoint and to testify that, yeah, this would be, this is going to be just extraordinarily difficult to implement. I think it would essentially be, you would be communicating to individuals, assess your own situation and get vaccinated if you think it's appropriate. really complicated. The other point is I think Dr. Chen sort of got at a point which I worry about from my side, which is we vaccinate people to protect themselves. And so given that we, as I think Dr. Bell mentioned earlier, most of the high-risk situations, we're talking about the people actually acquire infection, for example, healthcare workers at home primarily. I mean, that's their primary risk, or in the community. And so, to me, when you talk to people about getting vaccinated, you really talk to them about their own risk and themselves and whether they should get vaccinated. And I think from a public health standpoint, it's going to be really important. If we're recommending a vaccine, we're recommending it because it's a good thing for them, rather than it is a good thing because, they'll be able to show up, or be, more consistently available as part of a workforce, if that makes sense. I think it's a very hard recommendation not to say that. And then once you say that, it seems to me generally we're saying eventually we're talking about recommending vaccines just broadly, for the community. It just, this feels like a very large step toward that direction, and I can understand that, but that's a very, this is a big decision to make in terms of, what direction you go, I just think.
Thank you. Dr. Talbot.
I understand I appreciate everyone's angst because I have a fair amount myself. But that being said, we are hoping locally to vaccinate our healthcare workers, knowing that they're not getting it here at work, they're getting it at home because their kids are in schools and there are no masks and their kids can't be vaccinated. And the longer that they're symptomatic, or the more often that they capture even a mild illness, it means they cannot come to work and we cannot continue to staff our hospital. And it's not just here in Nashville. Other states are experiencing the same thing. Having the ability, the option to give the healthcare worker the third dose, not mandating it, but giving that option, helps us maintain our staffing. And I'm sure we are not the only one. And so I think there are caveats, and there's probably groups that may or may not be the best fit for this recommendation, but I think the healthcare workers are critical and cannot be forgotten. Thank you.
Dr. Goldman, and then I think I'll make one last comment, and then we'll wrap up and try and move this to a vote, and we'll see where things fall. Dr. Goldman.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Be real brief. I really think this is a solution looking
the influx
for a problem.
of migrants.
I don't think it's going to address the issue of the pandemic. I really think it's just going to create more confusion on the provider and physician implementation level. And I really think it's going really far afield of the data and what we are trying to accomplish from a public health perspective. So I think we just need to be really cognizant of that fact, as I'm sure everyone is, and really do what's best for the public health and really stick to where the data takes us. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one personal comment, which is I do not support this as a full recommendation because of all the concerns that were brought up today. My own personal experience has been that I have cared for children who have died from COVID, and I can tell you that their family members really wished that they didn't have that they had extra protection for their kids because they weren't symptomatic. Nobody else was really sick at home. And I think the idea that some family members wish to provide this extra level of protection and are willing to take that risk, I wish that we could enable that to happen. And hence, for me, access is really important. And I do worry that by inhibiting access to this, some individuals and families may suffer. That's just my own personal experience for why, but I also have all the same concerns about safety, health literacy. Does this make sense from a population perspective? No, which is why I think this is under the individual benefit risk balance consideration. So again, if this were a full recommendation, I personally could not support that. I see this as different because it is an individual benefit risk decision. I also recognize the complexities of implementation and realize that there's a lot that needs to get done in order for us to do this well. Dr. Daly, do you have an additional comment?
Well, just that I'm struggling with this as well. And one other consideration is that it feels broad enough that it could potentially limit access to other groups, those over 65 and those 18 to 49 with high risk conditions, for example. So I appreciate the intent of this, and I also think we need to think very carefully about the healthcare worker workforce and staffing issues. But I do also have concern that this is quite a broad group. Over.
Dr. Talbot, okay, is your hand down? Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Daly. I think what we should do is call a vote right now and see where things stand. This is not going to be an easy decision, but I appreciate the members providing all of their input and our liaisons as well. So ACIP members, my reminder to state your name, whether you have a conflict of interest, and then your vote on interim recommendation vote number 4. Dr. Alt.
Alt, no conflicts, yes.
Okay. Ms. Bata.
Bata, no conflicts, no.
Okay. Dr. Bell.
Bell, no conflicts, no.
Okay. Dr. Brooks.
Brooks, no conflicts, yes.
Dr. Chen.
Chen, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Sineas.
Sineas, no conflict, yes.
Dr. Daly.
Daly, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Cotton.
Cotton, no conflict. I do not like this language, and I would prefer to delay the vote on this. But if I have to vote now, I would vote yes.
Dr. Lair.
Lair, no conflict, no.
Dr. Long.
Long, no conflict, no.
Ms. McNally.
McNally, no conflicts, no.
Oh, sorry. Could you restate your vote? We lost you at the very end, Ms. McNally.
No, no.
We'll come back to you. For some reason, your audio is not working well. I will come back to you, Ms. McNally. Dr. Paling.
Paling, no conflicts, no.
Dr. Sanchez.
Sanchez, no conflict, no.
Dr. Talbot.
Talbot, no conflict, yes.
Okay. Ms. McNally.
Dr. Lee, I'm going to keep my camera off for this because I am afraid that my internet is not working properly. McNally, no conflicts, no.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Cohen, do you have the tally here?
You have to vote.
Oh, Lee, no conflicts. Yes, thank you.
I am counting 6. I'm counting 10 no's and 5 yeses. Is
Okay.
that what you? What did you count?
9 no's and 5.
2, 3, 4,
6.
9 no's.
9 no's.
9 no's, 6 yeses. So the nays have it, and the recommendation is not passed. Dr. Cohen, does that seem correct?
Yes, we will, regardless, it doesn't pass, and we'll just confirm our yes and no votes.
Would any committee members wish to make a statement providing the rationale for their series of votes? We're opening it up right now. Dr. Talbot.
Actually, can I propose an amendment and a revote for the 4th vote?
Dr. Talbot, you would have to propose a new vote. This vote has not passed, so it would have to be a new.
To a vote 5 then.
Give us a moment, Dr. Talbot, to confer
that's fine.
Give me a second. So how about this? Ms. Bata, would you like to make a statement? And then we'll come back to you, Dr. Talbot.
Yes. I think, again, I feel like we're being pulled into an emotional decision, and this is an emotional decision, but we really do have to stay with the science. And the science shows that we have a really effective vaccine. And we aren't making a decision for unvaccinated. We're making a decision for vaccinated. And I don't think we have the data in these younger age groups to make a decision for a booster dose. To me, it would suggest that the vaccine doesn't work. And that we know that that isn't true, but that's how that message will be conveyed to the broader public. And that's why I said no to these last two votes. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Bata. This is Dr. Cohn. I just want to respond to Dr. Talbot. I think given the fact that we are already an hour and a half over our meeting, we're going to close this meeting. Not now, but we are not going to open it up for additional votes. But we will consider bringing this issue back to the table with potentially different options. We have several meetings ahead of us. So we can keep going, Dr. Lee, with comments.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Alt.
I voted yes on the third vote because of what Dr. Freihopper said about allowing clinicians maximum leeway. And I think there were also some public comments and some things in the docket that said the same thing. But I voted yes on the fourth vote because what Dr. Talbot said, I think we're both in an area where there's a tremendous amount of community spread, and all the hospitals, big and small in my region, are operating on the thinnest of margins, and for people to be sick or take time off of work if their healthcare worker really is putting our systems at risk. And so that's why I voted yes for the fourth one.
Thank you, Dr. Alt. Dr. Bell.
Thank you. I just wanted to actually just agree with everything that Lynn Bata just said in explaining why I voted no, and also to say that, I'm like a broken record here, but this is the beginning of a lot of activity around booster doses and other vaccination efforts that are going to be coming. And I think in this situation at this moment, given the lack of evidence that we have about the marginal benefit of booster doses for people in certain groups who received a Pfizer primary series, that this is too narrow, it's too soon, and that the potential risks or adverse outcomes of waiting until we actually know a little bit more about what we're doing and we can better assess the opportunity costs and the unintended consequences, that we should not be, in my opinion, there's little marginal benefit to making this booster dose available at this time, given all the other, all the unknowns and all the things that are coming up very soon in the future.
Thank you. Are there any additional ACIP members that wish to make a statement or provide an explanation about their series of votes? Dr. Paling?
All right, so during the 30 hours since this emergency meeting has started, approximately 2,500 Americans have died of COVID-19, and most of them are unvaccinated. This COVID-19 vaccine is the most studied vaccine in the United States. The development and extensive evaluation and distribution of the vaccine, including one with such extraordinarily cold chain requirements, is an incredible example of what can be accomplished when we openly share data, collaborate, and work together to achieve a goal. What we have learned about COVID-19 provides tremendous hope for the future. We can get to the other side of this pandemic if we truly work together. And so it will require us all. The biggest impact on the pandemic that's been mentioned many times would come from increasing vaccine coverage with primary series and using the recommended measures. And so we have openly shared both what we do know and what we don't know. And we should highlight that there's a lot we do know. And we should highlight that the primary series is highly effective. There is waning for persons over 65. We're worried about the persons in the long-term care facilities and persons who are 50 years of age and older with high-risk conditions. And for those reasons, I voted yes. My most important thing we can do is make sure we don't take away efforts from the primary series. And so we want to provide additional protection for those at increased risk, but the primary protection is the most important thing we can do. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Paling. Are there any other members that wish to make a statement? I'm not seeing any hands raised. I would like to thank our speakers, our CDC colleagues, our members, ex officio members, and liaisons for a really incredible day, two-day meeting. I do want to just say that I really appreciate everyone's input and respect for diverse opinions, and hope that the discussions here are helpful to our colleagues who need to be able to explain policies and recommendations to their constituents. I anticipate that we are going to have another meeting very soon. As the data continue to evolve and as things continue to emerge in terms of new updates, we will continue to update the committee. In the meantime, are there any additional business items that require discussion today, Dr. Cohn?
I just want to remind everyone about the non-COVID meeting that is occurring next week, I believe on September 29th. And that will be a full day of exciting updates and information about everything but COVID. If there are new data that we need to bring to this committee at that time, we can add something to the agenda during that meeting if we need to.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to announce that today's ACIP meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and we look forward to talking again soon. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank God that is over. All right, folks. Well, we're going to shut this down. They voted no. Another good thing here. People are starting to wake up. Not all doctors are stupid like some of the ones we saw there. Some of the doctors have real concerns, and that's why they voted this down. So more proof that those of us who are the so-called anti-vaxxers or the informed have grounds for our opinion, just like these doctors do, against this. So with that, I really appreciate those doctors who cracked the whip today. And we're going to be shutting this down and coming back in an hour and 45 minutes for our nightly broadcast. So with that, I want to thank you all for being here, and we'll see you in about an hour and 45 minutes. Have a great evening, everyone. We'll see you soon.